Recording in progress.
Neophodnu pažnju u našem društvu. Korupcija je društveni problem koji postoji od davnina i koji društvo izjeda iznutra, pa kao takva predstavlja značajnu prepreku za razvoj stabilnog i razvijenog poslovnog ambijenta. Ona postoji u svim savremenim društvima, ali za adekvatnu borbu protiv korupcije u Crnoj Gori potrebno je razumjeti crnogorski društveno-politički kontekst koji karakterišu dug period demokratske tranzicije i proces demokratske konsolidacije institucija koji još uvijek nije okončan. Iskoristila bih priliku da podsjetim da je Skupština Crne Gore tokom 24. saziva 2012. godine donijela odluku o izmjenama i dopunama Poslovnika Skupštine Crne Gore kojim je, pored ostalog, predviđeno formiranje novog radnog tijela Skupštine, odnosno Odbora za antikorupciju, čije su nadležnosti da nadglede i analizira rad državnih organa, institucija, organizacije i tijela u borbi protiv korupcije i organizovanog kriminala, razmatra pitanja i probleme u sprovođenju zakona koji se odnose na borbu protiv korupcije i organizovanog kriminala, predlaže dodatne mjere za unapređenje strategije, akcionih planova i drugih dokumenata koji se odnose također na ovu oblast i razmatra predstavke i upućuje nadležnim organizacijama. U 2021. godini Odbor za antikorupciju održao 4 sjednice, u okviru kojih je razmatrano 16 tačaka dnevnog reda. Dok je u periodu od 1. januara do 21. novembra 2022. znači ove godine, održane su samo 2 sjednice u okviru kojih su razmatrane 3 tačke dnevnog reda. Iz ovih podataka se jasno vidi da odbor do sada nije zaživio na pravi način, te sam mišljenja da svi poslanici Crnogorskog parlamenta treba da se angažuju u dijelu što češćeg održavanja sjednica, kako bismo na najadekvatniji način mogli da raspravljamo o ovoj pojavi i da donosimo potrebne akte koji bi doprinijeli njegovoj eliminaciji ili makar smanjenju. Zbog toga napominjem da je Skupština Crne Gore 1. decembra ove godine na predlog Odbora za antikorupciju usvojila zaključke koji se tiču formiranja radne grupe koja će pripremiti izmjene i dopune Zakona o sprječavanju korupcije, kao i da sam kao predsjednica Skupštine sazvala posebnu sjednicu Odbora za antikorupciju u proširenom sastavu u cilju konsultacija o unapređenju Zakona o sprječavanju korupcije za upravo 16. decembar ove godine za nekoliko dana. Korupcija u crnogorskom društvu predstavlja veliki problem, odnosno izražena je do te mjere da stvara negativne obrasce ponašanja u svakodnevnom životu, dok određene vrste korupcije ostavljaju krupne posljedice na biznis sektor, pa mogu postati ozbiljna prepreka za privatno i strano ulaganje te ukupan razvoj ekonomije. Korupcija u zdravstvu i javnom sektoru je nedavno bila i tema Skupštine građana, projekta koji organizuju Crnogorski i Evropski parlament. Tada smo pružili priliku predstavnicima građana da daju svoje mišljenje o ovom važnom pitanju. Uvjerena sam da ćemo makar neke od preporuka koje su građani dali uspjeti da uvrstimo u zakonske akte, čime ćemo doprinijeti efikasnijoj borbi protiv ove pojave koje već decenijama opterećuje naše društvo. Želim da istaknem da je korupcija hronični problem Crne Gore, koji smo naslijedili od prethodnih vladajućih struktura i sa kojima se moramo boriti u kontinuitetu. Svakako, svi društveni činioci moraju imati hrabrosti i odlučnosti da se uhvate u koštac sa ovom pojavom, te da na ovom polju ostvare rezultate koji će prvenstveno građani biti zadovoljni i koji će dovesti do poboljšanja njihovog kvaliteta života, a koji će također doprinijeti ispunjavanju neophodnih kriterijuma za članstvo u Evropskoj uniji. Korupcija direktno ugrožava najrazličitije društvene odnose, javne poslove i privatne postupke, odlučivanje o javnim nabavkama, konkursima, plaćanje poreza, carina i drugih obaveza, dodjeljivanje prava, dozvola, povlastica pri zapošljavanju ili pružanju zdravstvenih usluga. Kada su u pitanju ekonomske posljedice, one su brojne. Korupcija sprečava sigurno i racionalno investiranje, kako strano, tako i domaće. Usporava i onemogućava razvoj i ograničava trgovinu. Dovodi do neracionalnog, čak i rasipničkog korišćenja javnih sredstava. Postiče sivu ekonomiju i smanjuje poreske izvore. Podsjećam da je u ovogodišnjem izvještaju Evropske komisije ocijenjeno da je postignut samo ograničen napredak u borbi protiv korupcije, te da su prošlogodišnje preporuke Evropske komisije naše vlasti samo djelimično ispunile. Najbolji presjek stanja o korupciji u Crnoj Gori dala je grupa država Savjeta Evrope za borbu protiv korupcije GRECO, koja je u svom izvještaju ocijenila da je korupcija i dalje problem u Crnoj Gori koji dovodi u pitanje povjerenje javnosti u institucije i politički život. Uprkos nekoliko reformi za borbu protiv korupcije u Crnoj Gori, korupcija ostaje ozbiljan problem u javnom, privatnom i poslovnom sektoru, piše u izvještaju. GRECO je predložio uspostavljanje nacionalne strategije za borbu protiv korupcije i ukazao da bi svi državni organi, a ne samo agencije za sprečavanje korupcije, trebalo da preuzmu odgovornost za njegovo efikasno sprovođenje. Imajući u vidu sve navedeno, želim da naglasim da je neophodno da se svi društveni činioci uključe u borbu protiv ove pošasti, a državni funkcioneri da svojim primjerom utiču na građane i da im stave do znanja da korupcija nije poželjan način završavanja bilo kakvih obaveza, već samo teret kojim otežavamo već dovoljno komplikovanu situaciju u našem državi. I time je vučemo unazad. Još jednom povlačim da korupcija nije pojedinačna, već sistemski problem u crnogorskom društvu. A za borbu protiv nje potreban je neselektivan pristup i izgradnja snažnog zakonskog okvira kojim će se pokazati odlučnost u toj borbi. Crna Gora, koja je kao svoj strateški prioritet postavila pristupanje Evropskoj uniji, više ne može tolerisati postojanje korupcije. Zato kao predsjednica Skupštine Crne Gore mogu da garantujem da ću uraditi sve da tema korupcije bude što prisutnija u crnogorskom parlamentu, da se o njoj diskutuje i da se donesu zakonska rješenja koje će doprinijeti njenom iskorjenjivanju. Ova konferencija, kao i mnoge druge koje organizuje NVO MANS, značajno doprinese shvatanju ozbiljnosti problema korupcije u našem društvu. Vjerujem da će nevladin sektor biti partner crnogorskom parlamentu u kreiranju novih i boljih zakonskih rješenja u ovoj oblasti. Zahvaljujem se svima i želim uspješan današnji rad u želju da dobre zaključke uskoro sprovedemo i praksi. Hvala vam.
Hvala vam puno i hvala vam na tim lijepim riječima. Ja se zaista nadam da će biti prilike da sarađujemo na sprovođenju tih zadataka u praksi, pogotovo što oblast o kojoj ćemo najviše govoriti danas je vezana za finansiranje izbora, finansiranje političkih partija, gdje upravo parlament ima važnu ulogu u kreiranju toga zakona i do sada je uvijek i preuzimao. Veliko mi je zadovoljstvo da je sa nama njena ekscelencija ambasadorka Sjedinjenih Američkih Država u Crnoj Gori, pa ću je zamoliti da nam se obrati. Izvolite.
Hvala vam. Dobro jutro, good morning. Thank you, Vanya. Speaker, Đurović, colleagues from the diplomatic community, friends from civil society, from government, from the public, from the press. Good morning and thank you for letting
medija. Hvala i hvala što ste mi dozvolili da budem dio ove konferencije posvećene borbi protiv korupcije. Da to je nešto što bi trebalo svi danas da prate i odavde bi trebalo da pođu dobre poruke, važne poruke za sve. Na samom početku važno je napomenuti da je danas 9. decembar, Međunarodni dan borbe protiv korupcije, koji obilježava dan kada je usvojena konvencija Ujedinjenih nacija protiv korupcije 2005. što je jedan jako važan događaj koji nas okuplja u borbi oko korupcije, protiv korupcije, izvinite. Tako da ova konvencija zapravo podržava pravo svih ljudi da budu predstavljeni na strane vlada koje su konstituisane kao kroz transparentan, odgovoran i pravičan proces. Dakle, u mojoj zemlji, kada je pisana prva strategija za borbu protiv korupcije, predsjednik Biden je tada nazvao korupciju rakom, bolešću koja izjeda povjerenje javnosti i sposobnosti vlada da učine sve za svoje građane, da rade za svoje građane. Također ustvrđeno da kao takva pogoršava društvenu, političku, ekonomsku nejednakost i polarizaciju, jer korupcija degradira poslovno okruženje, ekonomske perspektive, pokreće sukobe i podriva povjerenje u vladu. Ova zapažanja su posebno relevantna u Crnoj Gori, gdje sve veći broj mladih ljudi izražava frustraciju zbog nedostatka ekonomske perspektive za njih i njihove porodice i iskreno ne vjeruju da će vlada ponuditi neka rješenja u tom pravcu. Tokom 4 godine koliko predstavljam Sjedinjene Države u ovoj divnoj zemlji, često čujem da mladi ljudi zapravo govore stalno jedno isto, da govore da je borba protiv korupcije važna kako bi se puni potencijal budućeg rasta Crne Gore ostvario, i da bi se tako nešto desilo mora se investirati u mladost, mora se investirati u sve ljude, u sve građane, ne samo u nekolicinu korumpiranih pojedinaca ili kriminalne mreže. Tako da je ovo jedna sjajna prilika danas da zapravo razmišljamo upravo o ovome kako to građani vide i da radimo konkretne stvari. Sada, pošto sam sa ovim počela, da vidimo dakle, da se osvrnem na temu današnje konferencije finansiranja političkih partija. Dakle, partije su takve, kao takve omogućavaju biračima da identifikuju kandidate koji će zastupati njihove stavove i težnje i upravo da bi ispunile ovu ulogu partije moraju da imaju finansijska sredstva za razvoj koherentne političke platforme, da izgrađuju svoje organizacione strukture i da se obraćaju svojim porukama svim građanima. Novac se međutim također može koristiti za narušavanje demokratskog procesa. Može se koristiti kao oruđe dakle, neko privlačenje, namamljivanje birača, da vrše neki neprimjereni uticaj na stranke političare kroz donacije i slično. Dakle, da bi se ovaj distorzivni element mogao isključiti od suštinskog značaja nezavistan nadzor nad finansijsko izvještavanje i da se striktno upravlja dakle sukobom između interesa i lobiranja. Ključ za to jeste legitimitet izbora, izgradnje povjerenja javnosti u demokratske institucije, da bi se postakla klima otvorenog, slobodnog i poštenog političkog nadmetanja. Javnost bi trebala da ima mogućnost da bude svjesni da prati potencijale sukobe interesa među kandidatima i izabranima zvaničnicima i to uključuje izvještavanje o izvorima finansiranja političkih partija i izbora i da razumiju mogući uticaj koji novac može imati na razvoj javne politike i rada njihovih zvaničnika u Sjedinjenim Državama i drugdje, uključujući i Crnu Goru. Propisi o političkom finansiranju postavljaju ograničenja koliko bilo koji pojedinac može doprinijeti političkoj stranci ili kampanji. Ova ograničenja imaju za cilj da ograniče utjecaj privatnih finansijera na političkih partija, na ukupni politički sistem. Shodno tome i Crna Gora i Sjedinjene Države imaju ograničenja su postavile ograničenje u pogledu iznosa i vrsta troškova koje političke partije mogu potrošiti na kampanje. Ograničenja troškova su još jedno sredstvo koje se osigurava da novac ne distorzira politički proces. Transparentnost je zajednička nit koja povezuje ove alate za ublažavanje remetilačkog uticaja novca na politički proces. Transparentnost se međutim može postići samo kroz efektivno praćenje usklađenosti sa nacionalnim pravilima o objavljivanju podataka, ograničenjima finansijskih priloga, postavljanjem i ograničavanjem predizbornih izdataka i troškova i drugim pravilima. Sjedinjene države iskreno pozdravljaju napore Agencije za borbu protiv korupcije i državne revizorske institucije da povećaju transparentnost. Međutim, da budemo iskreni, ovo je težak i zamršen teren i dosadašnji rezultati su ograničeni. Upravo zbog toga vodimo današnju diskusiju. Potrebno je uložiti više napora da se ojačaju kontrolni mehanizmi koje uspostavljaju crnogorske institucije i da se osigura da političke partije u potpunosti postupaju po tim preporukama i to je efikasno i transparentnije. Prepoznajući važnost transparentnosti i odgovornost u kontekstu finansiranja političkih partija i kampanja, Sjedinjene države, moja država, su posvećene podršci Crnoj Gori i njenim odgovornim zvaničnicima u nastojanjima da iskorene ovu pošast. Pozivam sve političke stranke i sve državne institucije čiji su predstavnici se obavezali na borbu protiv korupcije da svoje riječi pretoče u djela, da udruže snage sa partnerima iz civilnog društva poput Mansa, da povećaju transparentnost i odgovornost u finansiranju političkih partija i kampanja, uključujući i one preporuke OEBS-ove kancelarije za demokratske institucije i ljudska prava koje još nisu usvojene u finalnoj formi. Na ovaj način Crna Gora će unaprijediti demokratske vrijednosti koje dijelimo njegovanjem inkluzivnog političkog procesa zasnovanog na javnim, a ne privatnim interesima. Dakle, ono što političko okruženje koje je istinski fokusirano na javno dobro je osnova za održiv ekonomski rast za sve građane Crne Gore, a posebno za mlade. I današnja konferencija je prilika da upravo govorimo o tome da postigne Crna Gora dogovor o djelotvornim koracima u borbi protiv korupcije i da stvorimo svjetliju, demokratskiju budućnost u prelijepu zemlju. Dakle, hajde da ulažemo mlade građane Crne Gore i u budućnost Crne Gore preduzimajući korake sada. Hvala vam i želim vam uspješnu konferenciju. Hvala Vanja, uvažene predsjednice Skupštine, ekscelencije, gospođo Ćolović-Marković, hvala vam na prilici da vas pozdravim na ovoj 15. nacionalnoj antikorupcijskoj konferenciji u povodu Međunarodnog dana borbe protiv korupcije. Korupcija je nažalost široko rasprostranjena sa svojim domaćim i međunarodnim dimenzijama i može kontaminirati svaki aspekt javnog života. Kroz nedozvoljene uticaje na javne postupke, korupcija dovodi do zloupotrebe javnih sredstava i odvraća energiju i resurse od postizanja ciljeva koje treba da koriste cjelokupnom društvu. Zbog toga je borba protiv korupcije prije svega u interesu građana, prije svega. Kada se desi korupcija u političkom finansiranju, neregulisane donacije ili zloupotrebe državnih resursa mogu ugroziti integritet izbora kao stuba svakog demokratskog društva. Zato je transparentnost u političkom finansiranju jedan od kamena temeljaca evropske antikorupcijske agende. U godišnjem izveštaju Europske komisije o Crnoj Gori, objavljenom u oktobru, navodi se da je korupcija rasprostranjena u Crnoj Gori u mnogim oblastima, uključujući finansiranje političkih partija i finansijskih kampanja. Izborne kampanja. U izvještaju se potvrđuje i da su u tom smislu uloženi određeni napori. Rezultati su međutim i dalje ograničeni. Uglavnom zbog nedostataka u zakonskom okviru gdje i dalje postoje uočene manjkavosti. Ukoliko se zakonski okvir ne učini jasnim i transparentnim, organizam praćenja političkog finansiranja i dalje neće moći efikasno da izvršaju svoju dužnost. Tako da preporuke OEBS-ove kancelarije za demokratske institucije ljudskih prava iz Savjeta Evrope još uvijek nisu uzete u primjenu, odnosno adresirane. Ostaje veoma ograničena i usklađenost Crne Gore s postojećim najboljim praksama, bilo da se radi o standardima finansijskog izvještavanja ili djelotvornim zaštitnim mjerama i sankcijama. Da bismo krenuli naprijed, moramo da imamo političku volju, a prije svega da to moraju da imaju političke partije. Trebaju nam da poslanici koji sjede u Skupštini djeluju s punom sviješću ulozi koju imaju u sprovođenju antikorupcijske agende. Dame i gospodo, nijedna institucija, koliko god bila nezavisna, nepristrasna i proaktivna, ne može sama postići značajne i trajne rezultate. Nije dovoljno imati nadzorni organ za tako nešto. Što se tiče političkog finansiranja, efikasna borba protiv korupcije zahtijeva sinergiju između različitih državnih institucija i organa, kao i građansku svijest, povjerenje i pažnju svih građana. Borba protiv korupcije traži i čvrsti pravni okvir, postojanje proaktivnog i nezavisnog nadzornog tijela, dosljedan odgovor organa za sprovođenje zakona i tužilaštva, nezavisne slobodne medije, kao i posvećeno i organizovano civilno društvo. Drugim riječima, da bismo podržali dosadašnje napore i borbu protiv korupcije, učinili efikasnijom i to na sistemskom nivou, Crnoj Gori je potrebna vladavina prava koja funkcioniše kako treba, koja se ostvaruje kako treba. Vladavina i prava u srcu evropskih vrijednosti ključna je za članstvo Crne Gore u Evropskoj uniji. Uniji je prijeko potrebna da vidi opipljiv napredak i moramo da vidimo Crnu Goru koja ispunjava reforme potrebne za napredak u pregovaračkim poglavljima 23 i 24. U tom smislu svi politički akteri treba da konstruktivno rade zajedno i da nastave sa reformama koje se odnose na EU. Mora prevladati duh odgovornosti i posvećenost djelovanju u interesu građana, čak i u trenucima političkih tenzija i konfrontacije. Će nastaviti da prati sve u oblasti vladavine prava, uključujući borbu protiv korupcije i ostaje uz Crnu Goru u podršci budućem radu. Želim vam plodnu diskusiju na današnjoj konferenciji. Hvala.
Hvala. Predsjednica Crnogorskog parlamenta, ekscelencije ministri i članovi diplomatskog kora, drage kolege, uvaženi članovi parlamenta, draga Vanja, dame i gospodo. Htio bih da počnem time što ću čestitati Mansu za njihovu dugoročnu i neumornu, a istovremeno vrlo djelotvornu borbu protiv korupcije. Korupcija je, kao što smo rekli, rak koji izjeda tijelo države, podriva djelotvornost i efikasnost države i ništa manje podriva povjerenje koje građani treba da imaju u državu, u svoju državu. Naravno, država, njeni zakoni, pravila i propisi njene institucije, strukture i procesi moraju se kreirati na takav način da sprečavaju korupciju u najvećoj mogućoj mjeri. Ali ne smijemo biti naivni. Na isti način kako cyber prostor čini kriminalnu energiju ljudi u ovom polju vrlo jakom, a počinioci uvijek idu jedan korak naprijed i svaki centimetar su dovetljiviji od države u ostvarivanju svojih ciljeva, čak i ako svi predstavnici države djeluju na najbolji način, što je, kao život pokazuje, nije uvijek slučaj. I stoga uloga civilnog društva u borbi protiv korupcije je apsolutno neophodna. Monitoring, prozivanje onih koji, ako je potrebno, savjetovanje, ali i obrazovanje. Naravno, velika korupcija počinje od vrha, ali ona se podržava u praksi i od dna. I neophodno je da svaki građanin ima na umu da korupcija i mito nisu kulturna tradicija, već su pogrešni, predstavljaju krivično djelo. I svaka država treba građane koji su spremni da kažu ne kad im neko traže mito, da slijede pravilo umjesto da plate za neku uslugu da bi brže ostvarili to što žele. U protivnom država je podrivena od osnova. Ja sam neću zaboraviti razgovor sa jednom poznatom osobom za ljudska prava u civilnom društvu u zemlji gdje sam nedavno radio. Jednom mi je ona rekla, trebao mi je novi pasoš, ali u administraciji ne možete dobiti pasoš ako ne platite mito. Nema mita, nema pasoša. Šta se mogla da uradi? Rekla mi je da je na kraju morala da plati. Rekla je, osjećam se strašno, ali nisam imala izbora. Dame i gospodo, ne smijemo otići tako daleko. Stoga borba protiv korupcije je neophodna i obrazovanje protiv korupcije. Civilno društvo i njegove aktivnosti protiv korupcije su od ključne važnosti. Međutim, dame i gospodo, ova 15. konferencija u borbi protiv korupcije je posvećena vrlo konkretnoj temi finansiranje političkih partija i izbornih kampanja. I da, političko finansiranje uvijek je i svuda oblast koja je podložna riziku velikih financijskih zloupotreba. Ali da se vratimo na osnovu. Političke partije imaju vrlo važnu ulogu u funkcionisanju reprezentativne parlamentarne demokratije. Kroz njih glasači, odnosno njihova politička volja se transformiše u politike i kroz njih i od njih formira se vlada. Ali da bi demokratija djelotvorno funkcionisala, političke partije moraju da urade više nego samo da govore u ime građana. Oni moraju nešto da ponude izbornom tijelu kao i državi. Predloge za strateške orijentacije i rješenja za probleme sa kojima se suočava država. Slušanje građana je neophodno, ali također ubjeđivanje građana u nove ideje, nove pristupe, nove potrebe, čak i ako to nije uvijek popularno, to znači preduzimanje velike odgovornosti. Ali osnova svega toga je povjerenje glasača, povjerenje da političke partije sprovode svoj posao nezavisno od nekih prikrivenih uticaja. Naravno, političke partije imaju ulogu lobiranja za interese svojih glasača, ali ovo mora biti transparentno. Nije dozvoljeno da političke partije budu instrumentalizovane od strane aktera iza scene da bi ispunili svoje poslovne i druge interese. I u tom smislu partije, izborne kampanje i finansiranje imaju odlučujuću ulogu. Njemački ustav eksplicitno kaže političke partije moraju učestvovati u oblikovanju političke volje ljudi, što implicitno znači da imaju posao da urade koji zahtijeva određene troškove. I priznajući to, ustav sam u tekstu kaže da partije moraju da budu odgovorne za svoje prihode, troškove i svoja sredstva. Relevantni zakoni, propisi daju detalje ovih odredbi i u reakciji na te skandale koje smo imali u Njemačkoj vezano za finansiranje političkih partija i bilo je neophodno nekako fino uskladiti pravila u skladu sa oni što vjerujemo su najbolji način finansiranja partija. Principi su da partije moraju imati neophodna finansijska sredstva, da ispune svoju ustavnu ulogu, da učestvuju u oblikovanju volje ljudi, to jest da rade svoj posao. Partije ne smiju da budu zavisne od nekoliko velikih donatora. I pozitivno je da partije imaju članove koji plaćaju članarinu, dakle na taj način doprinesu finansiranju partije i partije imaju širok spektar izvora prihoda. Stoga njemačka država učestvuje u finansiranju političkih partija, ali ne u onoj mjeri gdje to finansiranje postaje predominantno državno i odvojeno od važnosti koje glasači pripisuju njihovoj ulozi. Znači, ne možemo vještački držati političke partije kroz finansiranje države. Dakle, finansiranje države je način da se da doprinos političkim partijama zavisno odnosa koji određena partija ima sa vladom koja trenutno na vlasti. Dakle, velike donacije u Njemačkoj su ograničene i moraju biti transparentne, odnosno donatori i iznos koji daju mora biti objavljen. Male donacije su dobrodošle. Oni su znak da partija je bitna za glasače. Financijski doprinosi od glasača partijama su također neke vrsta podrške parlamentarne demokratiji i stoga su one dobre. Iz tog razloga država plaća proporcionalne iznose u odnosu na te male donacije. I konačno, članstvo partija je dobro jer aktivno učestvuje u radu partije i stoga su članarine oslobođene plaćanja poreza. I kao što sam rekao, finansiranje partija mora biti potpuno transparentno. Ovo je naš model, ali mi smo svjesni da finansiranje partija je jako privlačno za potencijalne koruptivne prakse. I stoga stalni monitoring i stalno prilagođavanje pravila promjenama realnosti je neophodno. I nadam se da će ova konferencija danas doprinijeti da dođemo do nekih novih, dobrih ideja koje su relevantne za Crnu Goru i njen politički sistem, tako da odgovorni političari imaju nešto o čemu će razmišljati o tome kako se Crna Gora bude što više otporna na korupciju. Hvala vam za pažnju.
uložila milione funti u jačanje borbe
has invested millions of pounds into strengthening fights against corruption and organized crime. Actually, the British Embassy has significantly extended in the last several years due to an expanding cooperation that we have with fighting corruption and organized crime. Corruption is the crucial lever of serious and organized crime. Due to criminal activities, we often face weaknesses in the institutions, and therefore it is important to fight corruption. We work on strengthening institutions in Montenegro, especially those institutions such as the state audit institution can ensure that government finances and assets are
properly managed. We work with the partners here on strengthening legislative regulatory framework, for example, related to financial crime and confiscation of assets. Also, we work with the partners that can hold accountable those who are responsible for corruption. Those partners, including police and the Office of the Supreme State Prosecutor. Just like the other speakers have said, we all know the arguments for fighting corruption. Corruption means that the money that we have here, which is necessary for the healthcare, education, infrastructure, is transferred to the benefit of individuals. Corruption means that the development of Montenegro and accession to the EU is slower than it should be, and people are getting poorer and poorer. Corruption means that the country has less developed and weaker institutions. Corruption makes you vulnerable when it threatens with the interference of your business and political situation. The fight against corruption should be in the interest of the government, no matter what party is in power. Corruption is not something that exists only in Montenegro. No state is resistant to corruption, but what makes a difference is a functional system of the rule of law, and primarily politicians and public officials who have the feeling of responsibility or accountability to the public, who eventually are taxpayers and voters. Therefore, I use this event as another opportunity to invite all the political actors to put the functional institution before their party interests. Only through commitment to the rule of law and its fundamental principles can we hope that we can achieve progress in fighting corruption and building a strong state which is resistant to outer impacts from other states and to organized crime. Eventually, I wish to thank our NGO partners, Vanya, for initiating the anti-corruption agenda in Montenegro. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you especially for addressing us in our language. Once again, President of the Parliament, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this International Day of Fighting Corruption we celebrate without too many reasons for optimism, apart from the work of the Special State Prosecutor arresting a high official. Although we don't know what the epilogue will be in the court, fighting corruption usually is political marketing, empty promises, and crucial reforms are still lacking. Today's conference is committed to political corruption because it is a source of every other corruption. When we have people in power in a lawful manner, then it is easier to resort to other forms of abuse of power and crime. Therefore, there is no small political corruption, but when you accept the principle that the vote is goods that has price, then you violate elections as a basis of democracy. That's why I will speak just about political corruption, although there are other fields where corruption causes incorrigible consequences. We speak about abuses on electoral campaigns for years, and we mainly mentioned the previous regime and the affairs of recording envelope donations from chronics that haven't been researched. We expected that the new government, new authorities will deal with disclosing such practices and their sanctioning. Instead, they have just taken over some of those practices. Therefore, they did not, that's the reason why they didn't amend the law harnessing political entities and electoral campaigns, which we together criticized while they were opposition, because it enabled the previous government to corrupt voters. But now, when they control state funds, they don't see this law
as a problem anymore, but as an opportunity to build party infrastructure and influence the will of voters through public funds. Local elections have shown that state institutions drastically increased expenses in the pre-election period. They also paid social benefits from budget reserves, and they used to criticize it in the past. The new authorities paid subsidies and built local roads before the elections. They had massive employments in state bodies, which hide more data than the previous regime. During the local election campaign, the government proposed and the majority adopted the review of the state budget and increased significantly the expenses through which they can influence the voters. We didn't record such a practice in the previous 3 decades. So electoral advantages were used at the state level by the new authorities and the old government at local elections. And therefore, it is clear that there is still not a political will to amend the law on financing of political entities and electoral campaigns that regulate the use of public funds. However, it's not better in other fields that this law regulates. Actually, for 2 years, the parties have got 17 million euros from public funds, which made more than 80% of their total declared official revenues. For half of this money, for more than 8.5 million euros, we don't know how it has been spent because the parties do not, they hide this data. They monitor the elections and collected data on the expenses of parties in the campaign, but during their regular vote. And we publish all the information on our site, chistacampania.me, where citizens and the media and all those interested can see the costs and individual transactions of political parties. Based on these data, we established that most of the parties increased the cost of their regular work in the pre-election period or hid real costs of electoral campaigns. Those were expenses for per diem, telephones, food, beverages, and they did not report these. It is a special concern that some political structures did not pay several hundreds of thousands of euros of costs of the electoral campaign, even 2 years after the parliamentary elections, and this mainly to contractors from abroad. That can be an indicator of unlawful financing from abroad and hidden or undeclared and therefore unlawful donations. It is even more concerning that these issues have not been dealt by the anti-corruption agency. The institution continued to be a part of the problem. Owing to their interpretation of the law, they enabled foreign influence on financing elections through non-transparent purchase of premises for political marketing in the media registered abroad. Rare controls did not meet the purpose even at the last elections, local elections, and the ones before. Therefore, we still witness the same pattern of behavior of both institutions and political parties. So the authorities have changed, but the bad practices have remained. That's why we're here to talk with the representatives of parliamentary political parties and their plans for the reforms before possible extraordinary and regular presidential elections. For the amendment to this law, it takes only 41 votes, and therefore the obstruction by any political party from the opposition cannot be a reason for not amending this law and cannot be an excuse for the lack of reforms. If they want to regain trust of citizens into elections of political parties, they now have the opportunity to show that through concrete activities by amending the law on financing political entities and electoral campaigns, now when it limits them, not the other side. Waiting for the reform of the law, we have done full analysis that you can find within the materials for this conference. And we hope that those will increase the transparency of the financing of political parties. But without the change of the law that will ensure that political parties are responsible to inform the public, the system cannot depend on the NGO sector, because only 2 years after the parliamentary elections, we are providing some data on their financing.
And that is what the citizens should know even before they decide on who to vote for. It's up to you, I mean you, the parliamentary majority, you have the additional responsibility that you implement what you criticized when you were in the opposition and limit yourselves in abuse of public funds and impose on yourself the need to be transparent when it comes to your financing and therefore the financing of all political parties. Here with us are numerous experts from whose experience we can learn a lot, as well as colleagues from the civil sector that will speak about the problems identified in the previous elections. I wish to thank donors who enable us to organize this event, but also to collect data, do the analysis that you will find in your conference materials. The National Organization for Democracy, the Embassy of Switzerland in southern Montenegro, and the Office of the European Commission, Brussels, embassies of Germany and UK. I wish to thank my team for was committed to organizing this conference, especially Bato, Mariana, Milan, Igor, and others, and of course to you who have come to this conference. And please, an applause for their efforts. Thank you. I wish you successful work and thanks once again.
svima. Počinjemo prvi panel, dometi planovi za reformu zakona o finansiranju političkih subjekata i izbornih kampanja. Sa nama su Branka Bošnjak, potpredsjednica Skupštine Crne Gore i poslanica Demokratskog fronta redova Pokreta za promjene, Milun Zogović, takođe Demokratski front Nova, Momo Koprivica, molim? Izvinjavam se. I Momo Koprivica.
So then Momo Koprivica from Demokratska Crna Gora, Miodrag Lekić from Demos, MP, Genci Nimambegu from Albanian List. Welcome here. Thank you for being with us. The first question, we've been looking forward for quite a while to the new parliamentary elections, and we are waiting also for the power for incumbency to change. We got the opinion from Venice Commission. The Constitutional Court is incomplete. And then the question, did you, in running up to the necessary parliamentary elections, are you ready to change, to amend the law on financing political parties, which was adopted exclusively by the representatives of former incumbency? It was criticized by months, by international organizations, and you, as MPs in opposition at the time, also pinpointed to the fact that the law has lots of loopholes, that it gives way to lots of dodgy funding for political parties. But now that you are in power, you've been pretty silent about that. Are you ready in run-up to the new election cycles to change the rules in this regard? Good question for you. First of all, let me salute all of you, and I want to congratulate you for the 15th conference. Thank you, Mans, for your persistence. Sometimes you give us hard time, but I want to say that commend your good work and grit. And I want to say that the corruption, as American ambassador said, is a cancer, where it was compared to cancer. Which is to say that our country is under heavy burden of this ailment, and political corruption being the most important part of that. I often mentioned that we have together agreed about the whole set of electoral laws. With a big difference that for many of these laws you need qualified majority, whereas for this one you would need 41 votes in the parliament, so you are in position to do it. So now that you have come close to the funds, has that pacified you or silenced you not to do something now that you are in position to do so? Yes, we have established the work group that works on the entire set of electoral laws, and only one being the umbrella law that is to be adopted by qualified majority, whereas other pieces of legislation within this set of laws is to be adopted by pure majority. So this was criticized by incumbency and opposition, and we wanted to we wanted to adopt it together and to agree upon the amendments and changes, and We had trouble about that. However, I want to say that some laws have been coming into its final stage. Now we don't have the president of that working group, because Strahinja Bulajić, who in the meantime resigned, was the head of that working group. And I insisted as the vice president of the parliament that we should nevertheless continue our work on that. So, and as you rightly put it, to transform into actions and results everything that we talked about. So you don't have DPS, you can't find excuses any longer, or and do it on the pretext that DPS is a guest. And so why should you hesitate? So Peter, we have to draw difference here to distinguish between things. These are the conclusions agreed at the collegium session, Parliament collegium session, where we decide how to go about things. And we see that we have to do it together. I insist all the time, though, that before the elections we have to have the law where which I led, that is the law on residence, so that we don't have the Shabnik case any longer, because if we have parliamentary elections, we will have Shabnik everywhere, Shabnik case everywhere, because everyone liked and saw how they could block the process, and very many election players might find it worthwhile. So I fear that through this mechanism, we would have the similar situation elsewhere. So, for example, we have diaspora issue and whether they would be allowed to vote or not, because by law they need to have at least 2 year of 2 year residence before elections, and we are not sure that they could meet those conditions. And I fully agree with you, and I think we should do so it's not up to me only, but what I do is I insist, and I have my colleagues from the collegium that I always insist on that, and that I insist on bringing it to a close, so that to finalize those laws. So today we will have again the meeting of the representatives of party clubs, parliamentary party clubs. I want to send a message to them from here that we should reach consensus and that we should start addressing this chaos, and let's not speaking from the party trenches. So I hope that today we'll have a good session and good outcome, and I want to send my personal appeal that we should get this job done and make an agreement. Mr. Zokovic, there were comments and objections that when you were in opposition, where you said that when you criticized this legislation adopted during the DPS incumbency, you know that there were other institutions involved overseeing the whole process. And since you have now the issue with controversial law on president, and we have the Venice Commission helping, and we don't have the Constitutional Court, why didn't you focus on this? What stopped you from doing that? Do you have any rational reason? While you were in opposition, you were requesting this or that. Now, when you are incumbency, when you are in power, you give it up. I remember Brano Mandić, who described Predrag Drecun like this, who was in opposition, and he said that he was asking where the money are, and then he became a member of the management in Prva Banka, found the money, and then stopped talking at all, stopped mentioning that. First of all, I would not call the law on president on amending the law on president controversial. I think that this is a response to President Đukanović's move, and he didn't exercise his constitutional duties to appoint the candidate for the prime minister that majority of MPs, legitimate MPs, proposed, because these parties won elections in October 2020.
As for your question, it's okay because the arguments are quite strong, but I want to tell you that in the everyday life, there are few topics that have been discussed more and worked less than this set of electoral legislation. I think that the rules that should define that everybody should participate in should be jointly adopted. We have a body which is called Committee for the Amendments to the Electoral Legislation. But we thought that, as the previous panelists pointed out, you two, that for only one legal text you need a 2/3 majority, while the others can be adopted with a simple majority. So the idea is to adopt all these pieces of legislation through the committee with 2/3 majority. Unfortunately, this committee has not been very active, and I must say I'm sorry that they didn't justify the trust, and that we have now the problem that all the future elections will be held with the same problems in place. We are fully ready to start, if there is no goodwill by the opposition of Montenegro Parliament, as we are 41. Although we should all participate in the amendments to this law, at least the 41 of us should, on the basis of what we discussed and promised to the citizens, amend the law on financing of political parties. How can we be sure, based on what you've been telling us, is not just a story, because after the change of the government, it's 3-decade government, we still have mass employment. We have state companies full of employees. We have police officers in prison who come from the list of particular parties. Before the elections, there were social benefits paid from the budget reserves. In my program, you complained about these things when you were the opposition. Now you took over the same practice based on the regulations adopted by DPS. So you have taken over all the bad mechanisms or bad practices of DPS. Is that the reason why you didn't rush into the amendments of this law? Because the roles have changed, and now you can use the benefits of the solutions that you thought negative in the past. In my private life, I didn't speak specifically about you, I spoke on a general level. Well, I try to be responsible when I express my personal party positions. I want to say that there are reasons that somebody may have such a perception about the current parliamentary majority. The political entity that I belong to was prevented from participating in the government based on the electoral results on the 30th of August, and that they started talking about index employment and so on. But I want to say that for 3 decades, party membership was the ground for employment. And now it may be theatrical to say, but you have the situation which a part of Montenegro in the previous 3 decades was employed based on their party affiliation. And now in the public calls for employments organized by the new majorities and new majority and their people who lead different companies or are in high positions. Now we have the situation that people who could not get the job in the previous 3 decades now apply for these jobs. They were deprived of their fundamental right to work because they didn't want to accept the membership of the then ruling party. And now, when these people feel that they have freedom, they're entitled to work, and now they participate in public calls. But we cannot neglect the employment procedures, and that is the new Montenegro that you were promising. I don't say that there are no abuses, but what I'm saying is a predominant context. People who could not get job because they were not party members, now they feel free to apply for jobs. You don't cure these problems with budget reserves. Mr. Koprivica, the range of criticisms refer to party employment using money from budget reserves, all these stories that it has been aware of. So can you give us a specific promise? Who will launch the initiative? What will you specifically do to get these amendments before the elections? Because some elections have already been done or organized in accordance with the previous rules that you criticized. Thank you. I wish to greet all of you. Thanks for the invitation to Mons, and congratulations on the 15th conference. Thank you for giving
Dakle, hvala kolega. Ovo je jedna veoma značajna tema I volio bih da...
This is an important topic and an opportunity to open numerous issues. You mentioned payments from the budget reserves. In this report on financing local elections for 2022, on page 20, we have that the amendment was adopted regarding review of the budget, which enables payments to physical persons from budget reserves, but it says it cannot be done to physical persons except payments based on judicial decisions or based on the damages caused by elementary or natural disasters. I proposed this amendment personally, so we didn't use the funds from the budget reserves. This prohibition was actually defined by the government that we do not participate in. And the government abused these budget reserves, and we proposed this prohibition that was put in the review of the budget, which prevented payments from budget reserves. Months already did some surveys before this amendment was implemented. Before that, there were huge abuses, especially at the beginning of September. And the Minister of Finance should be held accountable. We didn't support that previous government. We voted against the government. The party that I belong to did not participate in the 42nd government, so we didn't participate in decisions on any use of budget reserves. The fact is that you participate in forming the 43rd government. It was formed based on the will of citizens. But we didn't have the opportunity in 2022 to propose anything because we don't participate in that government either. We proposed the draft law on financing political entities and the 43rd government that we haven't participated in, that we haven't supported, proposed the amendments to the law on financing political entities and electoral campaigns that was adopted in August in a scandalous way. Why? It was voted for by DPS and partnership parties of DPS, S&P and Euro, and it defined suspensions of prohibitions by the 23rd of August, but that they were not into force since April when the elections were called, but since the 23rd of August. The Constitutional Court established that the elections were unconstitutionally called. So these provisions, new provisions, were entered into force as of the 23rd of August, starting from the amendments that we proposed in 2019, and we submitted a set of amendments then on the prohibition on donations by legal entities or the amounts paid by physical persons, because there were a lot of abuses there. The money was collected from some grey funds. And it happened that a person who had, for example, a monthly salary of 200 euro gave donations in the amount of 2,000 euro. So we proposed an amendment based on which a physical person could donate very small amounts of money in order to control the donations, but it was not accepted. What has been done, I don't think that the Committee for Electoral Reforms has not been functional. As for us, I think it would be crucial to reform the legal framework regarding financing political parties and electoral campaigns. As a political party, we are known to have a very low amount of donations coming from physical persons. These are some members, party members, and the percentage of those donations is between 1% and 2%. What I want to say is that, and please conclude, in 2019, we proposed a set of solutions for those elections, including the provisions to the law or amendments to the law on financing political entities and electoral campaigns, and we are still supporting that provision. The NGOs, MANS, and the civil sector, and their proposals regarding this law, referring to better transparency, political cards, prohibition from financing from abroad, are absolutely supported by us to the full. We are ready to vote for them and incorporate them into the law. Every single recommendation that they provide. Thank you.
Mr. Lekic, is this one of the major problems or issues after the famous 30th August 2020? Is this indicative that the impression that the former opposition now grab the lucrative platforms of the former incumbency? Something that was so rotten until yesterday now becomes fully okay. Yes, there are some DPS practices that were taken up. Somewhere they were even brought to a higher level. So now we have the very abnormal, pretty abnormal situation that those who won the elections didn't form government like they do in normal countries, but they do. They have some experiments where that we see now, and this is not a pretext for doing anything. We have to do something about corruption in a pretext for not doing something about corruption here. So MANS that is why you remember the most terrible criticisms and affairs that were targeted at them as orchestrated by former incumbency. But I want to say MANS is still around, giving us a hard time, keeping us on track with this. We used to be, nicknamed Tiger in the Balkans, the front runners, and so. But I don't think it's the same now. And if that stood the test of time, let me go back to a question. Now we don't have a choice between one good and bad solution. We now have to choose between two equally bad solutions. So in order to have regular elections. So Montesquieu used to say the uncontrolled power has an inclination to narrow the scope of activities in society. So what we have is the result of that. So this is global phenomenon, as one of the diplomats mentioned. This is not consoling fact, and this should not serve as an excuse. We have that. We saw lots of cases of high-profile corruption cases being prosecuted. There are cases where heads of states resigned because of some even trifle matters. Yes. So there is a case of one minister of speed driving, and he was sanctioned afterwards. So this is what the developed countries do. We have come into situation or a position where we have to do something. What would be your concrete contribution? So, well, what are you going to do? Yeah, you make promises and then nothing happens. No, this is not an excuse. We have lived through experiment. I don't know which incumbency was worse than which. Was it for 42nd or 43rd? Yes. You know, and then we all feel responsible for that. We have to change the law. It was progress in a way to come up with proposals to amend, and we need to give it a thorough reading. One issue is what the parties can take from budget, can get from the budget to fund their election activities. We should discuss how big this budget share should be to be allocated for that. And I believe that we are going to have a special panel about the problems in applying the law. And then we come up with an issue that is not ripe in this society. And I will give my contribution to that as someone who plays in a team. Party members. So there should now be no partisan employments in state-owned companies or else, and we should not invent the wheel in this. We should copy the cases and the models of developed democracies. So a majority that wins elections reflect majority in the parliament. They should have their representatives in the government, of course. So the parties will still have an impact on leading the country. But I'm not saying that the fact that no one from my party has fielded a job in the government, and then I take pride in that. I want to say that what the effect of what we got is that we had already had an ineffective, cumbersome government, and then we just repeat that. We make it bigger and more cumbersome. And we see the young people having aspirations to fill the government job, and there are very few ones who would take their own initiative or who do that and develop in an entrepreneurial way. So this leads to government degeneracy. And then we have come into the situation where people sit in Venice to decide about the case in Shavnik, an isolated townlet in the north. So how do we travel from Shavnik to Venice by gondolas? No, this is the situation. We see, yeah, your argument. You have 41, and you should do something. You should amend law. So why can't we consider another thing? 41 enough to do the law, and 40 enough, not enough to form a government. So we have the case where parliamentary majority cannot form the government because there are some meddlers who stand in the way, and if so, and there is no argumentation, and if the blockage was caused by and this bottleneck is caused by the fact that I'm not nominated for the prime minister, for someone who will form the government, that I will stand out of way to unblock the process. However, there are lots of hurdles and bottlenecks. I've been in diplomacy for a long time, and I know how important the international community is. However, we can't find pretexts and excuses referring to external sources. We should not let ourselves stay idle while waiting for someone else to do the job. Well, yeah, let's wait and see what happens. And yes, you have the mathematic formula where you say that 41 can pass a law, but 41 cannot form a government. So you said that 41 majority 41 votes, and you see that we are waiting for standing in for elections, long awaited. The elections. The question is not whether or not to have elections, extraordinary elections, but who should lead the country in the period of transition. So I can't find name for the present government, which has the DPS staff inside in the government. And how legitimate are they? This is a novelty in political practice. The previous administration has not gone while the others in the place. So we need to know some deadlines by which the things should happen, or we should let the show go on and on.
So, there have been a lot of topics open, so help yourself. I wish to thank to Mans. I used the opportunity to express my political positions that have been somehow summarized quite well by our moderator or journalist comment. I'm always the journalist. What is important? I'll try to just touch upon several topics, sticking to what I've been speaking for a long time, and that is that nothing in life is black and white. We live in a society that does not experience democracy the way it should. MPs, the media, NGOs have a very amateur approach in their work. Why am I saying this? Let me just draw a parallel to something mentioned before. I think that months I can spend thousands of euros of our money.
because of the number of letters or requests they send to us. Our employees work on all these requests. They reply these requests. And I'm pleased that my party has so far received positive opinions, double positive opinions from the anti-corruption agency. So it's a minor party with 2 or 3 employees only. But we provide answers, replies to requests. Very few people point out that such a minor party has done the job of big parties. Yesterday, I was at the Parliament of Montenegro, where we discussed the allocation of flats to public officials. My freedom to talk about it cost me €100,000. My freedom to be in this room, if I had pretended like others, and let's say I didn't get, if I had applied for a flat, I would have probably got it, but I didn't apply for it. Now I live as a tenant in my father's house, but I didn't apply for the flat. These are the things that we need to point out in the society, how you take, how seriously you take your responsibilities. These matters are important into our society. The 13th of the 14th government of Montenegro. I don't accept these 42nd, 43rd government, because this is these are the 13th, 14th governments since we introduced the multi-party system. But these 2 governments continued to do what they used to criticize when they were the opposition. Can you just provide or confirm that some companies such as electric power plant or mines in Serbia improved their operations to such an extent that they needed 30% more of employees? We have so much more power supply. Have we invested so much that we need so many new people? So the previous policy has continued, where we are not creating the society to adapt to the needs of citizens. It turns out that some citizens are, in a way, participants in that corruption. Haven't there always been? We need more whistleblowers. We have now many more than we used to have 30 years ago. Nobody could say anything. It's not true. They could always say things. There have always been position and opposition, and you could always tell what you wanted. Mr. Đurović said that people could not get a job in 32 years. That's absolutely not true. Tell me one single person who waited for a job for 32 years in a public administration or public institution. It's absolutely clear that we are not mature enough to become a member of the EU. We need to adopt some rules in order to become members. Have you adopted them regarding amendments to this law? When they ask about the law on the president, the opinion has been published. We have the opinion of the Venetian Commission, which says that that law should not be adopted. I have just read it in the media. I banned the law on financing of political parties. If I had reacted to the statement of my colleague Milan Knežević 2 nights ago, I would have written that I was against the attack of on Mr. Knežević, but then I saw the recording, and on the recording, I saw that was not the case. Please go back to the topic of the conference. I represent the caution in politics, and that's not running away from the problem, but finding a rational solution. The situation that we have now will not be resolved by giving statements that we will amend the law on financing political entities and electoral campaigns. Until now, the law has been discussed on many occasions. The recommendations have been provided by the European Commission and so on. And there are a lot of shortcomings. Although it has been applied. I hope that now political parties represented here, I'm sorry there are no colleagues from the opposition, will sit around the table. Do you think it's fair to say that everything has been dismantled within these 2 years, or that within these 2 years of terrible mistakes and copying previous practices, things have just become more visible? There isn't a single institution that has survived. For example, the Constitutional Court, it was controlled and is still controlled by DPS. There are 2 persons who got in the Constitutional Court, who got flats, and they were allocated those flats by the executive power. They are the judges of the Constitutional Court. So they were obviously politically oriented. So let's discuss how individuals behaved in this society. Desan Kalvopičić and Vladimir Stjepanović, they are judges of the Constitutional Court. Do you think we shouldn't mention their names? They tried to resolve their housing issue for 3 times in a row. So let's see how we personally refer to the system and to the budget. Why are you then interrupting me? I'm not interrupting you, I'm just giving room to you to speak. I mentioned the responsibility of the media. Don't put the media in the same basket. Well, you put us politicians in the same basket too. That's not true. I never said that you got a flat. Yes, but you criticized me for many other things. Telling me you're left, you're right, this and that. You know. Are you among the leading? You are among the leading journalists in Montenegro. You need to give an example to everyone. But you cannot put people in the same basket. We are different. Okay, please continue. I still invite to dialogue. In this state, we lack dialogue. We cannot impose solutions. The society is so much divided that no solution can be a long-term solution. We can have, I don't know how many governments without dialogue. So we don't resolve anything with 41 MP. Mr. Zogović, is MANS a credible organization? You praised them in your introductory speech. Your undisputable moderating skills have to be mentioned, but at the beginning you prevented me from saying or emphasizing on what MANS has done in fighting organized crime, corruption, and all other negative phenomena. So I want to ask you this question. You said MANS has done a lot, that they were pioneers in this society, but they said that your coalition did not report on all the costs from the electoral campaigns, especially TV Pink and a company from Cyprus as donors. Can these be an indicator of prohibited donations? To tell you the truth, I was not involved in the financing of political campaign of our party. I think that everything was done in a lawful manner, but a credible organization says that these payments point to possible abuses. It's unusual that you know about the financing of other political parties, not about your own. I see that one of the most problematic parts of this law is the possibility of foreign influence in financing campaign through inadequate provisions of the law. But I think we have to resolve issues both about financing of political campaigns, but also about the issues referring to the inflow of foreign capital in funding NGOs, for example, or some other participants in the social life. Well, you can read the financial statements, they are all transparent. If there had been any irregularities, and if it is proved that such irregularities had been done or something had been done contrary to the law, I think that we should bear the consequences for unlawful behavior. I always wonder why Mr. Nimambegu, that I appreciate very much, puts his reputation by defending the worst political results of the previous regime that he also participated in. It's very strange that Mr. Nimambegu puts an equality sign between the political wing of the Mafia that led Montenegro for 30 years and productive political forces that won the elections on the 30th of August after 3 decades of dictatorship. You just managed to win the elections, and that's it. And I don't know if you managed on your own, because the church created your government. They organized processions for you. Without the support of the church, we couldn't dismantle the regime. What do you think? Do you think that we should have denied the support at the time when all the social processes were focused on the law and the freedom of religion? The church actually, the church was also a partner to DPS. That's your friends and partners said. Even the former bishop said that. Sorry for these digressions, but well, without the support of the Serbian Orthodox Church, which a lot of people trust to in Montenegro, we couldn't win without their support. Now the church has gone back to its activities, their primary activities. You are not going back to your natural positions, but to state companies. You are not amending the laws as you promised. Although they have won the election, some centers did not allow establishment of the government based on the results of the elections. And now we face the consequences. Those who blocked democratic processes and didn't allow to form the government based on the freely expressed will of citizens bear the burdens why we are living the way we are living and what we are facing.
We don't want to discriminate you, Mr. Komnenic, in Montenegro. We have come to a moment when we talk about discrimination so easily, unlike some 15 years ago. I had to be innovative, and I had to explain what discrimination is really about. You know, in Montenegro, everyone speaks about courage and nobility and, you know, honor. And I don't think that this is not only about 43rd government. It has always been the same, the phenomena that you mentioned. Let me reflect on what Mr. Đurović said about all of this. We, as Albanians, we feel discriminated because we don't have this function, because we are not part of ruling structures. You know, just imagine what we could have done in Ulcinj if we were in power. We could have made 5 ports or else. So this is what politics was about, all the same over decades. I missed the joke. Sorry, we didn't hear. I just let you talk, no interventions. So how do you feel that discrimination? I just talk about logics. We are missing many things. I don't want to dismiss your arguments. Yes. So as for building port in Ulcinj, no one stops him from doing that. I believe he implies Prime Minister, but he is still controlled by DPS. Mr. Sokovic, yes, your words were okay. What you said was okay, and this is the tone that we should set. But you said that I had a contact with the political wing of mafia. You know, yeah, you accused me of representing mafia, whereas 160,000 votes of the people who voted for me, you demeaned them. Yes, they are not speaking into microphones. Sorry. So our job is to work in the parliament, to do our job there. People vote for us for this, and the organizers here will ask the hitman on me, because you have departed from the topic so far that we forgot what the topic was. Let's go back to the topic of the panel. To wind it up. So what concretely, what do you plan to do? Please be as specific as possible. You have a clear task. An international community recommended, warned, and so we have to see how to stop manipulations in the field, and what are you going to do about this? I want to say that, as we mentioned several times so far, we are going to initiate a continuation of the work of the working group. What I'm worried about is that nobody mentioned the boycott of the parliament by DPS. You know that you taught them how to boycott. You should just teach them how to go to tents. Yet now I might feel nostalgic about the tents, and I might join them. Yeah, you should please join, all of you should join them. So the election legislation, electoral legislation in general needs to be improved, and with the initiatives as a consequence of initiatives of months. Among them, we have managed to improve the legislation defining the role of in terms of reference of anti-corruption agency, also of state audit institution. DF, the party expenses, the party funding, dodgy funds. What does DF want to do? If there are valid arguments that this could happen, I was not involved in financial aspect of operations of the party, but if it ever is proven, I would support sanctions for anyone who has done wrong. What I learned is that I should present myself and present my views, but you should represent those of you who voted for you. That would be worthwhile. You should not present yourself and your views.
Gospodinu Lekiću kažu još par rečenica, da onda da vas prepustim.
Now, Mr. Koprivica, thank you. It would be necessary to create political conditions to re-energize the work of the Committee for Comprehensive Electoral Reform. I think that we should, for sure, and I want to say my party is for that, to implement recommendations of the NGO sector concerning prevention of abuse of public funds and illegal party funding. So I think that the job is not as difficult as it might seem, as there is a problem with political will. And in 2019, we proposed some solutions, and some of them were adopted, not all of them, I'm afraid. And I propose determining someone's right to vote. You have, because due to these problems, this right has been violated in some cases. As for corruption related to the apartments and loans given to public officials, we were the party who actually voted for and worked on eliminating the system of awarding those benefits to any officials. And to Mr. Gensino Mambego, I want to say that we supported law on Valdanos, that was the law on restitution. And this was, I believe, a good move. And you know that Prime Minister is from Ulcin, as you said before. And it's good that we have Prime Minister coming from such a town. And we would like to have someone from Nikšić, and myself from Nikšić. I would like to see some others, because people from your town, implying Đukanović, who is from Nikšić, they come and stay, they won't leave. I would like to leave the space for Q&A. So through the amendments of the rules of procedure, we abolished the fines for those MPs who are on boycott. And this is what now plays otherwise, because now DPS is in opposition and they are in boycott. Mr. Lekić, just half a minute, 30 seconds or a minute, and others will take up. As for political will, In Sweden, they would never understand the political will as we apply it. So it is implied, you know, they see the whole society and the representatives, their representatives as someone who has some will to do something, otherwise they wouldn't be there. So we were critical about the two governments, and we shouldn't pull all the blame on them. But what will happen with the latest affair of benefits, flats, and loans? Let's hope. We hope to see the epilogue. And past and present are walking hand in hand, unfortunately, with us. And so we see the things repeating themselves. We have absolutists who are not enlightening, so to say, absolutists, but absolutists related or with ties to mafia. Yeah, we have to change practices. This is beyond any doubt. The problem is whose initiative? Who should have initiative? This government doesn't have initiative. Parliamentary majority then votes for things, and then there are the criticisms or denials or hesitation, claiming that 41 is not enough for big changes. We need to have some transitional power that will enable the process to develop legitimately. If Milo Đukanović did otherwise, it would have been better. He stopped in the way of forming any government, any form of government. So the basic principle of each society and democracy is to have the power structures in place. How can we find a norm in the constitution where we could prohibit anyone to form the government during the mandate of the representatives as it is now? So someone should tell us where is the norm saying that there is a prohibition of forming a government at this time. So we have to remove this loophole to remove the bottleneck. Yeah. We've been talking about politics for too long. You're right. Past and present walk hand in hand. So we see that the majority didn't want to give you a mandate. Do you remember what Strahinja Bulajić did? It's not related to this. Yes, it is. It was related to that. If we go into such details, irrelevant details, we won't be ending by end of the day, let alone earlier. So he didn't give. So as you said, there is no legal obstruction, legal restriction of that, right? We should first elect appoint the judges of the Constitutional Court. Without that, we can't do anything. I will give my vote to every candidate. If you, unless you have some objections, but would it be enough? Would it solve the situation? We will have 4 judges in place. How will we handle the government, the elections, etc.? We can't have elections without Constitutional Court. let's wrap it up here. Now, questions and answers.
Može.
Poziciji dok je vlast, dugo će jaha tog monstruma. Sasvim je suprotno. Taj monstrum...
Here at the beginning, this monster that you are speaking about will ease all us up. I gave two examples. Vox Populi, Vox Dei is the rule of game when it comes to the elections. I'm Srđan Perić from the movement Preokret. In the first part, we applaud to the ambassador of Germany, and rightfully so, because he pointed to how a healthy democracy reacts. But if he had to implement these rules in practice, it would be very difficult. He stressed it's important to have the membership fee for political parties. It almost does not exist. And there's, of course, a step forward. The parties, of course, have to inform the competent state bodies about membership fees, but in practice, these are very low amounts. And that you have another thing. If citizens wanted to fund a political party through SMS, the law does not prohibit that, but you need to provide a unique citizen's number and address of every person who sends a donation through an SMS, which cannot function in practice. On the other hand, you have access to the media, and you cannot provide it if you are prevented from getting money, let's say through SMS or in other similar ways. So do people want to dismantle this political monstrum, a political system? A part of what the parties get is paid to the media for promotion, for marketing. But if the money paid by the state to the political parties was provided to the media for reporting, the media would be much more open and better in informing. Nobody is willing to invest little steps to take the lever from this political monster to the benefit of general interest. Maybe some people want to give a comment on that. Any other questions? Please introduce yourself. I'm Maria Popović-Kalić from the Center for Civil Freedoms, Tegas. Thanks, Mans, for this conference and for the invitation. Thanks to all of you. I just have one question. It seems that the law will not change by themselves unless the system is deblocked. And I would like to hear from all of you, who is responsible for the blockage of the system that we are now facing? Any more questions? I would like to go back to the topic. Would someone personally, on behalf of your party or as an MP, launch amendments to this law? I understand there is readiness, but if you waited for someone's initiative, I'm afraid a lot of time will pass. So will someone personally or on behalf of your party would initiate something in the Parliament of Montenegro so that we could have some results from this conference? Let's say, start from this question, the last one. Since we are all in favor, there are 5 of us that can initiate amendments to the law, because we have already publicly said here that we are in favor of amending the law. I would like not to be alone in that, but to have the support of my colleagues here, we can launch this initiative. Is it acceptable to you? I feel like being in front of a prosecutor. Well, prosecutors are at some other addresses. I absolutely agree, but I think it would be good to have a wider initiative. We should all try to reach a compromise and adopt the law with 2/3 majority. Well, you can launch an initiative and then we can get at where you are suggesting. It's not easy. Mr. Koprivica, is it acceptable for you? You earlier said that everything is acceptable. It is absolutely acceptable. It is even acceptable that even without waiting for the decisions of the Committee for the Electoral Reforms, we propose amendments to the law that will define or take into account all these recommendations coming from the civil sector, referring to the prevention of abuses of public resources and abuses in financing of political campaigns. So now we have 2 MPs for now. I want to say once again that in 2019, we proposed amendments to the law on financing political entities and electoral campaigns. I don't think we don't need some, big stories about it, because we have already talked a lot at different events in the parliament too. And as an MP, I want to say that I'm ready to accept on behalf of my political party, without waiting for some other initiatives from the parliament, although that's the best way, but we are ready to implement these things or to propose amendments without waiting for these wider initiatives, especially because we may have possible extraordinary elections soon and then presidential elections and social benefits, budget reserves and so on. Nobody should take the advantage. Nobody should use that. I belong to a political party that has never been accused of using different funds. We even proposed prohibition of payments from the current budget reserves. The last change was adopted owing to my amendment, personal amendment. So it's absolutely acceptable. I propose that amendment on behalf of our party club, and we demonstrated that we are not interested in getting money from budget reserves. Mr. Lekic, what do you think about this idea? And also you can answer the second question, who is responsible for blocking the system? I've already said that I'm in favor of the amendments to the law, and all these initiatives coming from the civil sector are welcome. As a party club, we accepted the amendment to the change mentioned by Mr. Koprivica. Now we are working on the amendment to the law on residence. So at least we can deblock Shavnik if he cannot deblock the whole state. Let's hope that this spectacle going on there should be stopped. The political system, monster, we are hostages of that. And if the state is consolidated in an elementary sense, a lot of things should be reviewed, including constitutions. We shouldn't improvise there. It's a serious matter, but it has turned out that there are some problems. Reviewing the constitution is not a taboo, of course. Who is to be blamed here? Ms. Dominic knows, mentioned those who, and I mentioned those who are absent there, so I cannot now list all of them, but it is clear now who is blocking the state with lots of protagonists. The Constitutional Court is the way out of this dramatic crisis, not to resolve the problem, but the Constitutional Court may assess whether a law is constitutional or unconstitutional, whether the president violated the law. And the Constitutional Court can resolve a lot of issues. DPS is in favor of the elections, but they don't want to contribute to the election of the judges of the Constitutional Court. In 2015, as opposition, knowing that candidates for the Constitutional Court were people from DPS, not all of them, but majority of them. And we still voted for them because it was in the general interest not to block the state. And I may have been wrong, but I don't regret it. We had the consensus, we had the constitutional principle of the qualified majority, which could not be reached without the opposition. I don't want to praise the opposition from 2015, but this is an impertinent, irresponsible prevention of forming the Constitutional Court, and nobody has the courage and the brave and honest Montenegro to say that a judge is compromised or unprofessional or has a lack of expertise. The MPs spoke highly of those candidates. So you said everybody realizes, but maybe Mr. Nimambegu has a position contrary to yours. Our colleague Peric is right. We are creating a monster here, a system that will somehow ruin itself. Our colleagues are now talking about boycott of the opposition in this mandate, but they boycotted the previous convocation of the parliament for 6 or 7 years because of the budget issues. We also had a boycott in 2016. There weren't enough MPs in the parliament to agree on anything. Now, do we have the majority from the monastery or the majority composed out of the monastery? This is kind of a provocation, but the majority out of the monastery wanted in summer last year to impose their own solutions, and the other majority from the monastery also provides solutions from the Constitutional Court. So what's wrong? Why did all the MPs who refuse to vote for these members of the Constitutional Court used to say they're great? So what's wrong with Nebojša Vučinić? That's what I asked. So I'm asking, what are your objections to the current candidate? I voted for Nebojša Vučinić, but should we stick to that or shall we go further? We, in the other room, we signed a memorandum of minority parties. And I said then that memorandum meant taking from the table only the things that are okay for you, then it's not good. You are talking about 4 candidates that you imposed. We need an agreement. An agreement is much more important. It's important to elect members of the Constitutional Court by consensus. So it doesn't have to be today, but within 3 months. That's the strategy of the president of the state. The worse, the better. Mr. Nimambegu is not the author of that strategy. Vanja Čalović asked a question. We are not speaking here about the constitutional system, constitutional court and blocking the system. That's not the topic of the conference. We have cooperated a lot with the NGOs, and I'm glad that I can participate in these processes. We can play the game of initiating amendments or withdrawing documents and whatever, but that will not provide results. That's it for this panel. Thank you for the participation. Thank you for your patience.
Da, da. Dobro, počinjemo drugi panel u okviru koga ćemo čuti...
Start with the second panel. We are going to hear about international experiences and recommendations about some practices, good practices. We have the university professor of political systems from Germany. For political systems, Germany and EU. Michael Kors, hello, good to have you with us. It would be good to, as we see that we are to control how to control solutions. Sorry for the speakers, maybe the moderator mentioned the names, but we didn't hear. Yeah, so how to go about them when we have solutions in place?
I'm sorry, is that a question already? And if it is, I didn't get it from the translation.
Nisam dobio.
Znači, kako uspostaviti, kako garantovati?
How to establish and how to guarantee independent control.
Thanks very much. And thanks also for having me. Well, I guess it's one thing, to have sanctions and a control body for political finance, and the other, of course, is to have these effective. And I guess you need to find deal with a trade-off, because everyone is talking about independent control, but how independent can it really be? And that is the question, because if you have a control body for the exercise or supervision over party funding or political finance, and this body is really like independent also of political life, then experiences from foreign countries tell you that these people will either not really be able to understand, the problems and potential ways to deviate from the rules, and so they cannot really provide hands-on control. But if they're too close to politics, to real politics, so to speak, then of course the danger exists that these people, are following the illicit practices more than overseeing them. So there needs to be, you need to find the middle ground. And my hunch in that respect my proposal in that respect would be to have a body which is formally independent, of course, of political oversight, but does consist both of practitioners, politicians or former politicians, but people who really know the rules of the game in terms of how politics are done factually in a particular country, and at the same time people say from the legal system who do not necessarily have a political background but are more savvy when it comes to the rules which are to be enforced. And I think as a rule of thumb, such a body would best be located with the audit office rather than with parliament, because parliament, this is, for instance, the case in Germany, where the supervision body is aligned to the president of the parliament. And my opinion is that this body is per definition, so to speak, not really independent. That's why I would argue for the audit office. Thank you.
Dakle, pošto očigledno ne možemo računati na političku odgovornost.
We can't count on political responsibility. How important are sanctions, and what can you tell us about that?
I guess sanctions is it's like the salt in the soup of political finance. I would call it, because without sanctions, we're all human beings, aren't we? Without sanctions, no one can seriously be supposed to obey rules, not to talk of norms, informal norms, in the medium run. So there need to be sanctions, and I guess these sanctions need to be linked both to the particular breaches, so they should be proportional, to the degree to which one broke rules. For instance, if you, I like that about, for instance, the German system, where there are fees, financial fees, parties need to pay in case of wrongdoings, and these fees are related to the amount parties, did not declare, kept or spent for purposes different than declared in the financial statements, and so on and so forth. So, and ideally you have a...
sad ovdje, izvinite što vas prekidam, ali...
Sorry to interrupt. Here we have some paradoxical solutions that one party can, for example, draw 2-3 millions from abroad, and then they pay a fine of 20,000. How can this sanction and sanction policy be trivializing the whole story?
Yeah, I just took a look at the rules in Montenegro, and this is something which occurred to me. That's why I said the sanctions you pay, the fines you pay, need to be related to the money you dealt with illegally, and of course it needs to be more than the money you kept on the side, so to speak. So if you tell me that several millions are received from abroad, then I would say these several millions times 3, just to make a proposal, right? These several millions times 3 should be the sanction then. And I'm expecting the question what to do if a party doesn't pay, or a politician, a candidate, whoever, doesn't pay that fee. I guess the ultimate solution, there's no ultimate solution. I should be frank, because, well, if players are not willing to follow the rules of the game at all, what can you do? I'm not sure. But one further step towards really effective sanctions would be to not allow either candidates to run again, or to parties to run again in elections. Only parties with clean sheets, so to speak, and only candidates with clean sheets should run for elections. And that, I think, is pretty serious, a sanction, which of course then needs to be enforced, and so on and so forth. But I guess that's as far as you can go from my perspective.
Mislite li...
Do you think that we should insist on more stringent sanctions in a system like ours, where still we don't have political party elites, where they don't have elementary sense, basic sense or shame, if you wish, for what they do wrong?
The brief answer would be yes. Because it's one thing to talk about the importance of transparency for democratic legitimacy, but the other, of course, is to ensure that at least a certain amount, limited minimal amount of transparency is indeed established. And in doing so, I guess at least grave breaches of the rules of party funding count for me as indicators that there is no such thing as transparency. And well, this is why I would argue for severe sanctions in case of severe wrongdoings, right? Not across the board. If you just take 1,000 euros, what do I know? This should be not that big a problem, but if it's structural and if it involves large amounts of money, well, then ultimately you either pay very high fees. That would be my advice or my conclusion from West European experiences, or you're not allowed to run for elections anymore. Yes.
Hvala na učešću u ovom panelu, gospodine Kos. Čuli smo dakle iskustva.
We have had one experience. The next panelist is Dr. Nelson Ruiz, head of the Political Economy Research Division of the Government Department at the University of Essex. Have we established the link? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm good. I can hear you. Hi from the UK. So I brought a small presentation with an empirical research scientist. So I just want to show you the evidence that I found regarding money in politics, and I'm happy to take questions after. So if it's all right, I'm just gonna go ahead and share my screen. Can you see it?
Možemo sve u redu.
It's all good. Yeah, thanks for the invitation. I don't usually go to policy conferences, so I'm happy to hear what you think. But I'll tell you about the influence of money in politics, the consequences and regulations, and how I've used big data and some data science methods to look at corruption. So the motivation behind my research is that sometimes in countries, the delivery of public goods can go terribly wrong. So here, this is an example of a bridge that fell. It's suspicious because there was a road just going around the corner, but it's also suspicious because for hundreds of years as humanity, we know how to build bridges. So why do we have these bad outcomes? So the problem is beyond technical or income, because this is in Colombia. They had the money to pay for this bridge, this horrible thing that fell. The problem was politics. And politics in the sense that politicians were benefiting particular interests. Turns out that the contractor behind this bridge had received money in campaigns, and they gave the contract to someone without experience. So at the expense of the electorate, we elect politicians, we hope them to behave well. They can be beholden to the power of money because they end up representing donors who then end up doing public procurement jobs that can go wrong. So I think money in politics matters because politicians can be responsive to particular interests rather than the general constituency. And one form of money in politics that I study in my research is campaign contributions. This is something that's pervasive across the world. Over 179 democracies across the world allow some form of campaign contributions. So this is pervasive. There's people, money flowing into campaigns. So one of the two questions that I want to tackle is what happens in general when we elect a donor-funded politician? Or let me rephrase this in terms of counterfactuals. What would have happened if we did not elect a donor-funded politician? Maybe the bridge would still be there. Or maybe we wouldn't even have to contract a bridge that was unnecessary. The second question is related to what was discussed in the previous discussant. Is can we regulate or curb the influence of money in politics in democracies? So as I was telling you earlier, I use big data, causal inference techniques, and other methods to study two things: the power of money, the consequences of electing donor politician, and we'll study a form of regulation, the campaign contribution limits. This is something that is not, it's on the table for different democracies. Maybe we should limit the amount of money that goes through campaigns. This is something that has happened across the region I study, but I'm pretty sure there's cases in Montenegro. This is the former president of Peru, now in jail. One of the biggest roads that was connecting Peru to Bolivia was given to a donor of the president, similar story to the bridge. There were issues in the construction of the bridges, incorrect use of pavement materials. This road was supposed to cost $800 million, ended up costing 2,000, way overpriced. And this guy over here, no longer with us because he went to jail. He got $20 million in his campaign. That sounds a lot of money, but this company ended up getting a contract 100 times the size of the political campaign contribution. So this can be an issue. So is it the case that these politicians always benefit their donors disproportionately? How do they do it? And I think this one is an important one because there's many research that shows that money in politics can lead to access or contracts, but how do they do it? How they trick the public procurement system? And ultimately, we care about this because we want to know if this is costly for society or not. Again, we elect politicians, we expect they're going to behave well, yet they could be representing the narrow interest of certain groups of people. So this could be costly in terms of misallocation of resources, but sometimes politicians need to hire people, and sometimes it's better to hire someone you know from before. And donors, on the other hand, could be picking the best candidate who picks the most effective contractor. So on the other hand, there's a separate hypothesis that maybe we need money in politics to help select the correct politicians with more experience, and then the politicians are hiring actually people that are competent. So it's not necessarily the case that it's always costly. That's why it's important to look at data. So I'm gonna also check how these benefits are giving to these donors. And what I did here for this case, but I'm also doing this research in the UK, I use unique links using IDs to link uniquely donors and mayors elected in Colombia. So this is an example of the data. I use some machine learning techniques to measure characteristics of the politicians, who they are, what's their demographic characteristics, but most importantly, this is public data that OECD countries have. UK has this data, France has this data. Every single contract that goes through the state needs to be published online. So here I have information about how big the contract is, what are they contracting, which is the place that is contracting the municipality that's giving this contract. And most importantly, I have here this unique ID. So with this unique ID, I started tying donors and contractors across the system. So I know who's giving money to who in the campaign and who's getting contracts in exchange. And here, since this is unique numbers, I've been doing this for the UK. It's a little bit trickier because people don't use IDs as much. I don't know the case of Montenegro, but I know in Spain, they also have the system. So I'm able to link uniquely individuals and individuals also with their companies. So I know exactly who's giving money to who and who's getting public procurement contracts back. So this in the y-axis here is the probability of obtaining a contract in the system. Right of this cutoff over here is when we elect someone who's been funded by campaigns. Someone left of this cutoff is someone that has not been funding by campaigns. If your probability of obtaining a contract in the system would be completely unrelated to politics, this should look flat. However, if you give money to a politician and that politician barely wins, the probability of obtaining a contract more than doubles. And this is problematic because I started looking at in-depth studies. These places look quite similar, and I started finding trends in the data and in these cases. So one of it is I saw a lot of discretion. So the system, if it's a certain threshold, more than 10% of the municipality budget, they have to open for competition. There needs to be a panel, it needs to advertise several days. But if it's a small contract, less than 10% of the municipality budget, there can be a single bidder and no need for a panel. Turns out that also, the rationale behind this was, well, it's a small contract. It's not necessary to do all this public procurement contract. It's no need to have a panel. Well, it turns out that they were calling their friends before the bid came. This was advertised any minimum legally required 24 hours. And the only person that showed up to that bid was the donor of the politician. And this is perfectly legal because these are small contracts that they try to open. They don't open to competition just to avoid all the bureaucracy. But the cost of this is that it's more discretionary. So this is something that is pervasive across OECD countries. And what they were doing is many small contracts. So what happened is that there was lack of economic specialization. You showed up with these donors that not only were the only ones bidding, but they had all sorts of large diverse supplies, uniforms for the school, computers for the school, alcohol for the parties, food. So they completely forgot the existence of Adam Smith and they started contracting all sorts of things. And this led to overpricing of contracts. And this is something that I detected with systematic patterns in the data because these are not large infrastructure contracts. In a way, we observe what actually went very wrong, but this is something that goes undetected and it's actually quite a lot of money. So I found a case of someone who were getting 86 contracts with a municipality after a donation. And one of them contracts were a little bit problematic. They were overpricing school lunches for children. So that had direct impact of educational outcomes to benefit their friends. So this had press coverage in Bloomberg a couple of years ago. Then NGOs started using my method of linking donors and contractors to report people to the authorities. So I can tell you this has been used by NGOs to actually use it. And I've been expanding this now to other OECD countries. But the follow-up question, I don't have too many minutes left, but what I started thinking after doing this paper is, well, we have these contractors who contract all sorts of things. They get access to money in politics. Can we do something about it? Can we curb the influence of money in politics? And there's something that's very common among the different tools that policymakers can use is the use of limits. So can we limit the amount of private funding in campaigns? And over 40% of the countries have some form of limit of how much money goes in. But are they effective? Until I made this paper, we didn't have any evidence about this. And what I used here is a regulation that depending on the number of registered voters, there's a jump in the rule of how much money you can give. So here, let me just show you distribution. Here at 25,000 registered voters in this blue area, they can raise twice the money in politics. So here on the right side, they can raise up to 100 million pesos. That's around $20,000. And here to the left, they can raise $10,000. So what I use to try to study this among comparable, I pick up municipalities that are very close to this rule, except the fact that they have, they look quite similar. So municipalities with 26,000 registered voters or 24,000, except the rule. So over here, we allow more money in politics. Over here, we don't. So this is why it's called a quasi-experimental design. And here, using my data, what I found is when you allow low contribution limits, the top donors of the winner campaign only give to 10%. When you allow more money into politics, the two top donors give 21% of the campaign. So this mayor in this world over here ends up being in the pockets of those two top donors. And these top donors end up getting more contracts for them because they had more influence. And because they had more influence, they end up having with contracts with less oversight and worse performance. So they took more time to execute and had cost overruns over here. Why? Because we allow more money into the system. Richer people were able to, in a way, capture the winner mayor who gave 20% of the campaign. And then these contractors over here end up performing worse in terms of time to execute and having cost overruns. So campaign limits can have an influence on the quality of public procurement, because I was able to trace what happened in both systems. Just to wrap up, so what are the effects of money in politics from my research? So money in campaigns, there's other forms of money in politics, such as lobbying. They can affect accountability and the quality of representational democracy, because you end up with people that mayors or politicians, they use discretion from the public procurement system. It was well-intentioned, let's not create all this bureaucracy, but they started using a lot of small contracts to overcome the public procurement rules. And this led to over contracting over costs. So I did data collection procedures from online data, and I use text analysis and identification technique to study this. But I also studied the influence of money in politics, and I can tell you that lower campaign limits does decrease the influence of wealthy people in politics and might lead to better public procurement outcomes. And I use this using similar identification techniques of quasi-experimental techniques. I have more research of money in politics, but you're welcome to look at my website. Thanks a lot for listening to me, and I'm happy to hear for more questions.
Zahvaljujem. Ima li nekih pitanja na kojima...
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Neko konkretno pitanje u vezi ove prezentacije? Evo imamo jedno pitanje, ja ću ga samo prenijeti. Dakle, kakva je sudbina donora?
What is the destiny of donors in all these situations?
Destiny as in, sorry, what do you mean by destiny?
What happens with them? What is your experience? What are the consequences?
So some of these donors who get contracts from another paper, what I observed is that people donate again in the following election, and they start donating to higher level offices. So what happens is that there's networks that are being formed across time, and they get strengthened. And the politician who gave a contract to that donor, when they run in the future, that donor is going to show up again to give a donation. So this is, in a way, a dynamic game where certain networks are being strengthened and certain groups keep winning because they keep giving contracts, who then, part of those contracts go to donations in the future. And this relates to a big question in the literature.
Upravo u tom smislu smo imali.
Notes before you start.
Right. So I've really enjoyed hearing from the two previous panelists. There is one angle I want to add to this. So we're talking about different regulations, whether the sanctions or donation limits and so on. The thing that we need to bear in mind is that the vast majority of party and campaign finance regulations around the world are ignored. Public procurement records, which is what we just saw in the presentation. There are many countries that have rules like this, but they haven't put that control in place. And in that case, you have a rule, but you can't control it. Another example, if you set a limit on campaign spending, which is common about half of countries around the world, you must have a clear definition of what campaign spending is. And in a lot of countries, that's not clearly defined. It helps also if you require that campaign materials note who paid for them to allow for monitoring of whether a party or a candidate is following the spending limit.
A koja je po vama vrsta javne ustanove?
What is the best institution or the institution, public institution that is best positioned to do the oversight of political party financing?
So, excuse me. As I just mentioned, or mentioned a while ago, the institution needs to be independent. Which means that having it in parliament may be tricky, having it in a ministry, which we have in, especially in a lot of former Francophone colonies, is problematic. That's not the system in France, by the way, that's a different story. But then, so you should have it in an independent institution. The most common being anti-corruption bodies, audit institutions, or election management bodies. The last being the most common globally. There are different pros and cons. You could say that election management bodies are more aware of politics than the others, but they are very sensitive. They don't want to get involved in anything sensitive because they have to be perceived as independent to be able to run elections. Audit institutions are much better at controlling money, but generally they don't understand politics. It's a huge difference of controlling a ministry of...
Hard to do something. Thank you very much. And let me introduce the next panelist, Ms. Khushbu Agrawal, expert at the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral System from Stockholm, Sweden.
Hello, a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us. So to just pave the way, can you hear what are the chances and challenges that follow the link between digitalization and political finances or political funding?
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Well, it is no secret anymore that campaigning, the modes of campaigning have been evolving over the last decade, and political parties, candidates, and even third parties have been using different forms of digital campaigning methodologies. If we trace it back, the most prominent use of digital campaigning happened during the 2007-8 campaigning by President Obama in the US. But as we see 15 years down the line now, almost all countries across the globe are using some form of online campaigning. And of course, it brings a lot of opportunities, as you already asking me that question. In terms of opportunities, there are two aspects we can look at. The first aspect is campaigning online is much more affordable. So several candidates and political parties who are not as well resourced or don't have access to moneyed networks are actually able to reduce their cost of campaigning. And in fact, in India, a study showed that candidates who were less resourced were actually able to improve their profile by campaigning online. Similarly, if you look at donations perspective, it also allows for small donors to engage in politics and increase their political activism. Again, example of the US, Bernie Sanders was able to raise $210 million USD just by crowdfunding. And most of that donation happened from small donors who made donations online. So online sphere can provide a lot of opportunities, but at the same time, because it's a still relatively new area, it is definitely bound by many challenges. As we have already heard from the speakers, the last three speakers, the current regulatory framework, it exists in almost all countries, some form of political finance regulations, but they're already not very suitable for the analog world. So if you now add the layer of digital campaigning, it becomes even more challenging. And some of the challenges that I can think of are, let's say, tracing the source of funding, for instance, because everything happens in the online world, digital sphere. Anybody can probably hire somebody to run a Facebook page or an Instagram page or something on Snapchat. And you would never know unless there is a really strong payment systems, online payment systems, it would be impossible to track who actually made the payment. Then there is also the issue of speed of innovation. So the online world is constantly changing. There are new methodologies or new ways political parties can raise and spend money, cryptocurrency, for example. But at the same time, our legislative procedures are very I think I was muted. I don't know how much you lost me. But yeah, I was saying that it's almost the innovation curve is almost ahead of our legislative curve. As a result, it's very difficult to catch up with what is happening in the online world. Then the third issue is the oversight capacity. And Magnus was mentioning about the capacity of legislative bodies or oversight bodies. And many of those bodies actually lack the capacity to monitor campaign finance online, which actually complicates the process even further. There are several other challenges, but I think I'll stop now and maybe you have other questions and I can add to that.
U ovako nedovršenim sistemima kao što je
these incomplete systems, such as the Montenegrin one, what is the role of the international community and the professional NGO sector to deal with ensuring better oversight of the online campaigns?
Well, the role of both international organizations as well as CSOs, it can't be overstated. Even in the regular campaigning world or political finance world, we always emphasize the really important oversight and watchdog role that CSOs and media can play, and we have seen it across the globe. In, for example, USA, there is a Center for Responsive Politics, and through their website, Open Secrets, they monitor the spending and fundraising of all political parties and use that information to generate awareness. But also in our parts of the world, for example, in Latvia, the CSOs have actually been very, very active in campaign finance world. And even in online campaigning, they were actually one of the first groups to bring to the attention of the anti-corruption body that the 2018 election could possibly have some sort of foreign influence. It was very important that there is some sort of transparency around who is funding campaigns, for instance. And as a result, KNAP took active steps to collaborate with social media companies and making sure that all the advertisements were marked on who paid for them, where the money came from. And at the same time, they even actually did a high-profile visit to the Silicon Valley, the Facebook office, to really raise awareness about the role that social media companies can play. And this was all spearheaded by CSOs. So obviously CSOs have a very important role, not just in oversight, but also I would say
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to hear about the communication between the state and the regulators of the elections, the competent agencies or whatever they are in the USA, with the social networks such as Facebook, Instagram. How do they regulate those relations? And for states such as Montenegro, which are much smaller and which cannot get in touch with these social networks, is there any tool to control that space, online space, if we know where the money comes from and we have those unofficial campaigns that are aimed against some political candidates? Can we have any way to respond to that, to tackle with that?
Thank you. Very, very interesting and very relevant question, I must say. So there are two aspects that we have to look at. One is the regulatory aspect. Are the current regulations of political finance adapt for the digital world? There are two schools of thought. One, regulations are up to date and encompass the online campaigning realities, which would obviously mean making sure that digital advertisements are defined in the regulation. What do you mean by digital advertisements? Like Mexico did it in this case. By its 2007 constitutional reform process, Mexico found way to make sure that digital campaigning were actually incorporated into one of the methods of campaigning, and they have a very well-defined concept of what that constitutes, and also making sure that the regulations require social media companies to be transparent. And again, in Netherlands, for instance, International IDEA actually spearheaded a collaborative effort between political parties, civil society, and social media companies, where they all, prior to their last election, signed a code of conduct on online behavior. So basically, political parties committed not to post slanderous messages or spread misinformation during campaigning online, while social media companies agreed, and it was a voluntary conduct, which was actually appreciated by everybody, and social media companies committed to make sure that all the funding that is going for campaigning is transparent, and they provided records of all the payments that was received and who had made that payment. So there are different ways to look at it. It could be a regulatory way, but of course, like I said, the innovation in regulation is last two elections. So something like that could possibly work in the case of Montenegro.
Hvala najljepše na izlaganju.
Thanks a lot for your presentation, for your responses. And now we have the last panelist, Alex Simonchuk, from the International Foundation for Electoral Systems from Ukraine.
Hello, everyone. Yes, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here, and I was very happy to hear the presentation of my colleagues, and many of the things they said resonate with the situation with Ukrainian political finance. So I hope to somehow complement this comparative examples with a case study from Ukraine, and hopefully this would be somehow relevant to the situation in Montenegro. I will have a presentation on wars, the challenges that the situation with political finance has encountered. So I will touch upon four main topics. The first will be the situation with the political finance in Ukraine before the war. Then I will talk briefly about the changes brought by the war and how the war affected this sphere. Then I would speculate a bit how the situation could look like after the war, and then I will draw some conclusions that it can be applied for other countries as well. So, talking about the situation before the war, so actually for quite some time we could have said that Ukraine was quite a promising case, in some sense a success story in like regulating political finance. It was a latecomer in terms of when the regulation was introduced, so it was only in 2015, but then there were quite some changes in how the system performed. The oversight with political finance lies with independent anti-corruption agency, and after its reboot in 2020, the oversight considerably improved, and we saw like for the first time that the rules are really being enforced. As Magnus mentioned previously, that it is very important that the rules be enforced. So like in 2020, we saw that those parties that breached the rules on how to use, for instance, public funding have been sanctioned, and actually 3 parliamentary parties where their public funding was suspended, which was quite a precedent, because one of these parties was the ruling one, which had the majority in the parliament, and they had their public funding suspended by the anti-corruption agency, and this was quite a progress compared to what Ukraine had previously, when like the ruling parties were somehow of the holy cow that couldn't be sanctioned in any way, and we saw that this could really happen. And furthermore, in 2021, we saw the introduction of the first ever digital reporting system for political parties, and it was it is basically one of probably the most user-friendly among the European countries, and it was launched in last year. But on the other hand, we saw like the big houses promising developments could stop and be reversed with just a small changes. So in March 2020, when the COVID pandemic was in full speed, the parliament adopted the changes that allowed political parties not to submit financial reports until the COVID restrictions expire. And actually, we still have them in place until the end of this year at least. So the parties are allowed not to report at all. And in response to these cases of like suspending public funding for parliamentary parties, there were a couple of attempts from the parliament to limit the mandate of the anti-corruption agency. They were so far unsuccessful, but we will see how the situation will evolve. So, and then the war came, and as you might imagine, it had quite profound impact on many areas, including political finance. So the first big change was that the agency.
To sam i želio da vas pitam, da li je političko finansiranje?
This is exactly what I wanted to ask you. Is it a topic of interest at all for Ukrainian civil society and citizens right now, given the circumstances, or it has? Is it at all possible, given the context of war?
Yes, thanks for the question. It is indeed like one of the problems that that now like public and civil society cares not as much as they did before, and actually like civil society like directed their attention at different problems and different issues, and this reform was like is not on the agenda right now, and this is one of the problems why like these steps to reverse the gains of the reform are so easily implemented. So an ECP as agency that reviews the reports was actually barred from reviewing the reports during the war, and parties were given like second exemption from submitting the financial reports as the register as it received party finance was closed, and the reports were removed from the website. So actually we have like quite a void of the reform because of the war, but actually it is these steps are I mean, could be explained more by the willingness of the ruling party and as a parliament as a whole to decrease the overall transparency in this area and to limit like to basically to destroy like public oversight with political finance. So it is a big problem, and it is really the case that the war was used as a pretext to close down on some of the achievements that were done previously. So when I think about what the situation might look like in the future, so there are some dangers that might manifest in Ukraine after the war if the situation continues as it is. So as I've said, like I expect further decrease in transparency of political finance due to the non-reporting. The problem with the state oversight is that it is still paralyzed, and nobody knows when the agency will be able to resume the review of party reports. The public attention to the political finance reform is at its lowest point because of the objective reasons. And like the final point is that we see already some examples of increasing abuse of state resources, and I suspect that this might increase following the war, given that there's a ruling party and like the politicians that are in power are gaining popularity during the war and concentrating power, and then they can use it for their benefit and against the law, but according to the political interests. And so to conclude, I draw some implications for other countries. Probably they could be of some relevance to Montenegro as well. So many of my colleagues talked about like the importance of enforcement and of sanctions, and I agree completely with that. I just would like to add that transparency is still a backbone of an effective political finance regime, and that without transparency you wouldn't know how to apply sanctions. You wouldn't know who committed violations. And now we are in a situation that we have quite a strong political finance regime, we have quite strong regulations, we have an oversight in place, we have sanctions in place, but actually nobody knows anything. Like nobody knows how parties are being financed, how they spend their money, and nobody can do anything even with this quite strong sanctions and instruments for enforcement. And so political parties will do anything to get rid of this transparency, because it is very sensitive to them, and they will use different pretexts to decrease it. Talking about other implication is that in Ukraine we saw how like applying sanctions and enforcing rule could also backfire, as in case of suspending public funding of political parties, which resulted in the same political parties like uniting between themselves and trying to limit the mandate of the oversight institution. So my conclusion is that the oversight institution should not only pay attention to sanctioning and to enforcing rules, but also engaging with parties and trying to prevent the violations before applying sanctions. And that could, in the long run, that could have more effective outcomes than just blunt application of sanctions when they see the violations. Probably not surprisingly, the war and any kind of armed conflicts could have long-lasting negative implications on democratic reforms, on democratic accountability, and this is what we see now in Ukraine, and not only in the area of political finance, but also in many other areas where many registers are being shut down, transparency are being decreased, and public knows less and less about like politics and really what's going on, because those in power say that during the war we cannot share this information, it is sensitive and so on and so forth, but in fact they actually use this situation to close down many of the information that was available before. And finally, I think that public should be a stakeholder in this process, because when we see that public has no interest in political finance or in some other reforms, it is very easy for politicians to reverse some of the gains that have been made. They see that public basically doesn't care about whether we have strong political finance regulation or not, and they use it to just reverse some of the gains, to decrease transparency, to paralyze oversight, and in that case the situation becomes very
koliko god bile sumorne ove vaše post-ratne predikcije.
No matter how dismal those post-war projections are, the only thing we could wish for is that the war comes to an end sooner rather than later. Other questions? There is. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, Given that the civil society organizations are key to players in improving the transparency and fight against corruption and fight against embezzlement or misuse of funds, does civil sector in Ukraine feel so? Did the incumbency in Ukraine retaliate against them, meaning that they were deprived of some of the tasks or privileges or whatever? Did you see any effect to that?
Thank you for your question. So actually, we had such experience previously, actually before 2014, when civil society organizations were targeted by the ruling by those in power, like as a kind of retaliation for what they do for the watchdog activities. So the situation improved basically after like 2014, but now, like after the war, we see that those problems might return, and we should expect that those who will be will try to put a spotlight on some shady activities, or including political finance, might be in danger. So we will see. My answer is that before the war, the situation was quite okay, because it is improved significantly since 2014, but we'll see how it evolves after the war.
Hvala najljepše. Dakle, sa ovim zaključujemo i drugi panel.
Thank you. With this, we conclude the second panel. Now we have a short break, and the next one will be moderated by my colleague Alexandra Mundresha. Thank you.
Dobar dan i od mene. Ovo je treći panel na kom ćemo govoriti o problemima u primjeni zakona o finansiranju politike.
This is the third panel where we'll speak about the challenges in the implementation of the law. The guests are Nikola Kovačević on behalf of the Senate of the State Audit Institution, Zoran Gavrilović, Executive Director of the Bureau for Social Research, Milica Kovačević from the Center for Democratic Transition, Marko Sošić on behalf of the Institute Alternative, and Dejan Milovac on behalf of MAS. The agreement is to start with you, Mr. Kovačević. Could you tell us at the beginning what is the role of the State Audit Institution when speaking about the implementation of the law on financing political entities and election campaigns? Good afternoon, everyone. For those present here, I want to say that the State Audit Institution is a relatively young institution established in 2004, and its role is to monitor, to do the oversight of the expenditures of public funds and report the public about that expenditure of all the funds that belong to all of us. As for the audit of political entities and electoral campaigns, started in 2012 on the initiative of Greco and a part of the NGOs in Montenegro. We started with the audit of financial reports and expenditures for election campaigns. In 2016, the legislator decided to distinguish between control and oversight. So in 2016, we established the Anti-Corruption Agency, and they deal with the oversight of election campaigns, and the State Audit Institution does the audit of consolidated financial reports of political entities. What does it mean, consolidated? It means that the funds for their regular operation and the funds for election campaigns. So far, me as the head of the college whose competence is the audit of the consolidated financial reports of political entities since 2013, since I came to the State Audit Institution, I have signed several hundred audit reports. Before that, we had a lot more while we were doing the audit of election campaigns, but with the amendments to the law from 2019, which entered into force in January 2020, we do the audit of consolidated financial reports of political entities based on the risks of audit and the methodological instructions of financial audit. But we are obliged to do audit of all political entities that have the parliamentary status within 4 years. So all those who are represented at in the state and local parliament, and we have around 40 of them. What do your recommendations mostly refer to? I must say that political entities have largely improved their reporting compared to 2012, 13, 14, when we started audits. But in fighting for votes in the election years, political entities do not choose a means of gaining more votes, and most irregularities refer to the situations which they spent a lot more funds than they collected for the election campaigns. They cover the cost of election campaigns from their regular accounts, which is forbidden. They have to have a separate account for election campaigns, and from that account, they make all the payments. We had a political entity in the elections in 2020. They collected about 500,000 euro for the election campaign, and they spent $1.5 million. And the State Audit Institution claims that you can spend only as much as you collected in the election campaign. And that was confirmed by the experts from the Council of Europe 4 or 5 years ago, because there were some disagreements between the state-owned institution and the anti-corruption agency, and the expert confirmed that a political entity can just get the amounts that they collected for the elections. And that is not the case. Unfortunately, it's not. Very often it happens that some political entities for 3 years in a row get a negative opinion from the state audit institution, and everything ends with that. The campaign starts in the media for 4 days. Sporadically, they advertise. In the media, there are statements of NGOs about the political entities' activities, but what happens? The state does not react. And I expected that the voters would punish them for not spending their funds in a transparent manner and for violating the law. And we thought the voters would punish them, but it doesn't happen. When you say the state doesn't react, what do you mean? I think that the police and the prosecutor's office should do better. We submit our reports, especially with negative opinions, to the prosecutor's office, and who should help us in controlling political entities, and they reject to do so, is the parliament or the parliamentary committee. We expected, and we asked the parliamentary committee to introduce the controlled hearing for those political entities that got the negative opinion, at least, but that is constantly avoided. It's been 9 years or 10 years since we've done audit of financial reports of political entities, and there has been no control hearing. How many criminal charges do you submit? Complaints? No, we don't submit them. In accordance with the international standards, the job of the state audit institution is not to submit criminal complaints. We tried to explain that for years to the professional lay public. Eventually, the Directorate for the Budget of the European Commission and the Council of Europe said and gave their opinion that the job of the state audit institution is not submitting. And then we signed a memorandum on cooperation between the state audit institution and the state prosecutor's office. According to that, we informed the state prosecutor's office saying that we did the audit of a political entity, and our opinion is that there were violations, the following violations of the law. In our opinion, the person responsible for a violation is XY, and then the prosecutor's office should review that. It doesn't mean that if the state audit institution expressed a negative opinion, that there are elements of a criminal offense. It could be due to lack of knowledge or some other things, but it's the job of the specialized law enforcement agencies to look into that and decide. Perhaps there is enough room to hear from you the comment of the role of the state audit institution today. Milica Kovačević.
Hvala. Naravno, bitno je da, drago mi je da je državna revizorska institucija.
I'm glad that state audit institution has played its role, but it is only a part of what it takes, because audit comes after things are over. After the elections are over, and so they don't stop the things from happening and do not preempt and prevent problems in relation to that. And that is why their reports are very important. They are after political party financing report, the second most important ones I think that's what makes them important. However, the situation we are in right now, it would be much more to see important to see proactive role of some other institutions who do not have to wait for the final balances to be presented before they do something, so that the anti-corruption agency, instead of administrative approach, could foster more practical and preventive approach. I have in mind all these bodies that need to and have to investigate the cases. We haven't seen any political party being investigated so far. And as for the communication of and how they do it in the state audit institution, they do things better than they did before. What is important is that is important that when something that you have to do something while you still have in the heat of the day. You might remember, some of you, because you were involved, when we got the first negative report about the work of political party. It was scandalous. At least around those days, that was news in very many media. There were condemnations from all over. What did we do 3 years after that to do something? So today it wouldn't even make the news. So I often read the comments to that, and you know what citizens say? They say all parties are doing that, so I find it fine. So the fact that our state bodies are inactive led us to a situation or to think that these conclusions are not relevant at all and that we shouldn't be bothered about that. They and Mark are here and they will talk about anti-corruption aspect of public finance. I want to say that this question is a very basic question, as it is about level playing field. No matter how good your idea is, you can't do much unless you have money for that. So this is the issue that we should discuss or reply to say whether there is that are all the runners in the process given the same conditions to do so. We can't tell and we can't claim based on the available information. We can't say who is funding them and how they do it. Do you trust those reports? No. There were lots of research that showed that they were incorrect, untrue. They most often claim they are getting funding only from the budget and from donations. And we are one of very few countries in the world where businesses are not interested in having an impact on or influence over political parties. But then below the scratch, you find somewhat different thing. We see the phenomenon where you spend more than you earn. And we have shown that different segments of political campaigning, they spend much more money than they are given. The same as 2016, 2019, 30, sorry, 20. And so this is important to know that after so many years, we have the surveys which says that regular businesses are funding it, but doing that in an irregular and disguised way. And the other thing that is particularly important and that is very much relevant is that we have a problem where political parties are funded by criminal circles, and they use illicit money. And the other story is the misuse of public resources in favor of and for the purpose of political or electoral campaigns. So we see our money being abused in order to get advantage or edge in the elections. So we see it on the rise, particularly last 2 years, because all participants in the political life, in political sphere, who exercise some power have engaged in this process. We used to have the analyses. We used to have the statistics of those visits last couple of years. And these reports were very interesting for everyone. But now, given the situation where everyone abuses and misuses the state property, the funds and everything for their private ends, this is. You look at the report where there are no costs attached to public rallies, and thinking just along the practical lines that it is impossible, and that someone else actually covered for that and they didn't report it. And there is a situation where the fairness of elections are brought to question, because not all participants in the process start from the same plane. We should have Zoran Gavrilović with us. He's program director, executive director, Bureau for Social Research.
So we plan to have you as the second speaker, but I looked at Milica first and then gave her the floor. Sorry for that. So we're talking about the problem in the implementation of the law. How do you see that situation, and where do you see room for improvement of those solutions? At the beginning, I wish to thank Mans for initiating this important topic and invited us to help as much as we can. The dimension that you discuss has a double two aspects: functioning of the campaign and presence in the media. Well, if you take into account Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina as neighboring states who have their own interest in Montenegro, and if they have the possibility through TVs, cable TVs or national frequency TVs registered in these states, they can also have an influence on the election process in your country. And that's why the initiative that the MANS launched through this project is important. It has opened the room to which extent the media from the neighboring states can contribute to the spilling over of election campaigns. We carried out monitoring during the last local elections in Montenegro on the 23rd of October. What our monitoring showed is that we didn't have a lot of that, but a later legal analysis shows that there are resources and mechanisms that are sometimes not used, and on the other hand, there are solutions that need to be improved. Actually, when we speak about cross-border spilling over of activities, I mean you have the media registered in the neighboring states that allow actors from Montenegro who participate in the programs of these media to present their activities either as members of their party lists or candidates or public officials, and that company influences the outcome of the election process. On the other hand, it can frequently done in such a manner that violates the Montenegrin legislation. And that is why it's very important to know that there are two mechanisms that in Serbia or Montenegro are poorly used, not adequately used. There is no will to apply them. On the one hand, it's the Convention on ratifying the European Convention on cross-border television that regulates whether how a TV registered, let's say, in Serbia can violate rules in Montenegro through its programs. On the other hand, there is a directive of the European Commission on audiovisual media contents, which is applied only to the EU member states. The first convention, these are practically the laws in all states, and refer to the member states of the Council of Europe since 2009. So what is the point? The point is that you have a mechanism or a tool that if a TV from a neighboring state, in this case Serbia, broadcasts some contents in the election campaigns and violates in such a way the media legislation in Montenegro, directly or indirectly, be it election law or the law on electronic media, you can actually sanction the television who does that in Montenegro. But there isn't such a practice. The big problem is in convention itself. When it was drafted, it didn't recognize the elections spilling over. In Article 7, it listed that it is necessary through the convention or through the reporting or monitoring to create a proposal and improve our domestic legislation. So this election dimension that is not recognized in the convention, at least it's not visible, to make it more visible through our legislation. There is a need for that. Our monitoring in Serbia shows that there are topics and actors that are from Bosnia and Herzegovina or from Montenegro who are exposed to that. It is one of the factors. It seems that the last elections in Montenegro, local elections, and the elections in Bosnia and Herzegovina, when it comes to the media, in Serbia, were not very visible. I can provide some political factors why it was the case, but there is an interesting finding from our monitoring. When the local elections in Montenegro were ended, the presence of the actors from Montenegro increased in the Serbian media. For example, the political party Europe Now was praised in the newspapers in Serbia. It was not a part of our analysis, but this is just an example. They were presented in the daily Novosti, which is anti-European oriented. So for the beginning, I want to say that there is a problem, there is a challenge. We have instruments. The instruments are not well developed because I did the analysis with my colleagues. Article 6 on the law on electronic media in Montenegro should be amended. The colleagues from Montenegro can give their opinion about that. That article regulates the process of reporting. You have the Convention on cross-border TV, which refers to the member states of the Council of Europe. On the other hand, there's the EU directive on audiovisual media contents. it refers only to the EU member states. The law in Montenegro insists on the EU directive on the audiovisual media contents. But since Montenegro is still not a member, although I want it to become, I think that law is not fully applicable. If Montenegro wants to efficiently protect its media space against unlawful and unethical influences, I think that this article of the law should be amended in terms of using the provisions of the conventions on the cross-border television, that's the European Convention of the Council of Europe. That's one of our findings. I think the regulatory bodies should cooperate more. You have an analysis done by the International Republican Institute did in case of Orban, who uses his national minorities to spread his influence in the neighboring states. Mans opened a lot of issues with this conference and the topic of the conference. Compared to my colleague who dealt with this topic, I've dealt with this less. To me, the project that we are doing with Mans has opened a new dimension for me, because we are all closed in their own trenches and we need cooperation. And I hope that the regulatory bodies, no matter what they're like, will understand that. And without interstate, interregulatory cooperation in the area of the member states that are not, of the countries that are not EU member states, at the territory of former Yugoslavia, we cannot improve the integrity of the election process. Thank you for this introductory presentation. If you could simplify things, Mr. Gavrilović spoke about some sort of parallel election campaigns in neighboring states. We have all witnessed that. We could see the candidates for the councillors in Serbian television several times a week. What else is there that the Institute Alternative identifies as election campaigns?
Hi, salute from my side. Let us go back to what we spoke about earlier about the role of the state audit institution. Maybe it's not so popular thinking. I think that they don't have a place or a position in this process at all. We know that there is a law that prescribes that state audit institution should do and waste time, so to say. I hope you won't be offended with this. So you have the fact that about 8 million euros that is given from the state budget and the state audit institution has to do the audit of all political subjects locally and nationally at least once in 4 years. And they have to look at 60 state enterprises. Out of 60, they did only 6 or 7. And only RTCG state television service, radio and television service is enormously big spender. So 1/5 of state audit institution staff who should be doing something that won't be indicative of anything. So in those financial reports, you see what they do and how they spend the money. And the best reports are made by the ruling party, and they have always had it. Why? Because they have the biggest capacity, they're best organized, and of course, they won't be presenting what they are doing in gray zone. And what they report is neatly report everything that they take or get from the state budget. And we know that the abuse happens somewhere else, and it's not a part of their reports, and state audit institutions can't do anything about that. So all parties that belong to Democratic Front got all positive reports in the year of campaign, when we saw that they spent much more, loads more than what they spent in reality. So their role is irrelevant there, and we spend enormous amount of resources there. They, as the state audit institution, can't help here, whereas they have to waste time and resources for that. And so they spend 16 million euros on that in 4 years. The contracts, employment, state-owned enterprises, social benefits, all of this was poorly regulated in this law. So the period from calling of elections until they're delivered is not something that starts with a campaign. Milutin Đukanović, the director of his EPCG, will start abusing and misusing funds from his state-owned enterprise, the state-owned enterprise that he is the director of. Won't start the campaign the moment the elections are called. So imagine what happens with now, what they are doing with the fact that now they're buying one hospital, the state is buying one hospital out of bankruptcy, and all of that just in the time running up to elections in that town. For us, the campaign is running all the time as of the moment when someone comes to a position of power, becomes the director of the public-owned enterprise. Then lots of illogical stuff. The cars owned by the state should not be used during the campaign. It's totally absurd to control it. And we look into the only the pre-election period, the campaign period, what happens beyond it, what happens in between. If we need to see the transparency, we need to look at transparency throughout the period of 4 years, between 2 years between two elections. So what we have to do is to stop some activities during the period, pre-election period, and if we stop some activities at that time, if we freeze those activities, then what happens? We turn blind eye that that go beyond that period. So we can't look at or analyze the meddling of the interference of the church, for example, in election campaigning only during that period. That is why I believe that instead of looking into a small chunk of funds, we should look at that in their integrity. We should look into all contracts they make, that we should in detail control state contracts, all the spending of local self-governments, ministries, and the other users of budget, every user or all funds that could be used before the elections. So how do we implement this law? Even if it's implemented duly, then it doesn't give us a hint at what they do otherwise or beyond that period, and they are not naive. So we can't freeze only the spending and party employments in the pre-election period. We need to look into its entirety. For example, Democrats said that they didn't allow the use of budgetary subsidies for this year, and this is totally irrelevant because you stopped it for only a period of time. The idea is that we have, for example, cabinets of prime minister and all commissions deciding who to give the grants or money to. The idea then speaks volumes of the fact that we should not look into spendings in this very short period. I don't know if I was clear enough about this. So let's hear from Dejan. What else?
Let us hear Dejan and Mans, what the analysis of Mans has shown. Good afternoon. Perhaps I would just take on what my colleague has just said about the role of state audit institution and what evidence we need. We cannot wait for the perfect evidence that was proven by the affair envelope, and we had the recognition that Duško Knežević was not the only one that financed DPS. I do agree that the reports of state audit institutions do not have a big influence after things happen. I'm afraid that the same goes for the reports of the anti-corruption agency. So as organizer, I must say that we did invite anti-corruption agency to participate in this event, but they never show up. When we speak about local elections or the parliamentary elections in 2020, we as the NGO had the partners in political parties to terminate these practices because the current ruling parties were very supportive until the elections, local elections in Podgorica. We have analyzed them when it comes to them financing the political campaigns and so on. But they have assumed the old mechanisms. There was no political will to amend the law. We could see in the panel that no matter how much they declaratively claim that they support some activities, they can hardly change anything before the next extraordinary elections or presidential elections. They cannot even elect the members of the Constitutional Court. On the other hand, the institutions that are directly in charge of control act worse than ever before. The political majority in the parliament did not want to do some serious cuts to amend the law on the prevention of corruption, to define the law on the work of the anti-corruption agency. For the third time, they have got a negative opinion of the state audit institution. Our experience this year is that we have not only a passive relation of the anti-corruption agency, they actually proactively obstruct the implementation of the law, not just them, but all those who want to point to some problematic issues, such as the NGOs. I will tell you about my finding. Anti-Corruption Agency decided for the campaign between August and October that August should not be the August that should be monitored in terms of donations. So we practically had a situation when state institutions had to observe the limits regarding spending as of September. And in the previous period, they did something which was not under control. Institutions, even before the elections, had the instruction that they would not have to observe the limitations in August. I think Marko Milica mentioned the budget reserves. We could hear today that the use of the budget was prevented by the review of the budget. But at the beginning of September, we had more than 300,000 euro of payments from the budget as social benefits. So that was during the election campaign. But we have some evidence that it has been done since the beginning of this year. We also bear in mind employment in state companies and the law on the prevention of corruption does not provide the obligation for these institutions to inform the anti-corruption agency on these additional employments. We also monitor the employment in public companies since the beginning of this year. It was because the elections were planned for May, and then they postponed them for October. So we monitored employment in the biggest public companies at the level of the state and local governments. Since the beginning of the year, more than 1,700 people have been employed in state companies, which includes electric power plant, coal mine, plantage, and the airports of Montenegro. And they fully hid their data. They justified that by saying that they were protecting the personal data. And some of them said they self-regulated those issues. And these are the systems that can absorb a lot of new people through employment. The leaders of the electric power plant and the coal mine speak about that openly. They say they promise in new employment on the local level in these state companies. So there isn't a big difference between what DPS did and what the current government does. The prevailing feeling is that what DPS did for 30 years, they gradually renewed their electorate but maintained their voters in these companies, while the new authorities actually created a new voting body in this company in the meantime, and that's why working on that day postponed the elections from May to October. Through the surveys we do, we want to provide the data that you cannot proactively find on the site of the state audit institution on the corruption agency. We have a database that has detailed information, the regular financing of political parties, where literally every cent in 2019, 20, and 21 was published for all political parliamentary parties, and you can compare their finances in the election year and in terms of regular financing and the election year. I will provide some data. There is obvious leaps when it comes to the costs that can be often seen in the financing of political campaigns. For example, DPS from regular financing in the election year had 2 times more costs for telephones and communication, 6 times more for office materials, and 6% more for public surveys. And these are the information that are contained in the reports on regular activities, not on election campaigns. Democrats get 50% more contracts, 50% more for fuel, and 50% more for renting premises. So we analyze all groups of costs in their reports. For example, SMP, 12 times more for office materials, 4 times more for rent, 2 times more for food and beverages, 60% for part-time employment. URA, the same, 2 times more to physical persons, 6 times more for rent, for social networks, 2 times more for renting and office materials, and 2 times more for food and beverages. This just shows that political parties fund some of their electoral activities to regular financing. And in such a way, they have set an advantage over other parties. So the limit that is defined by the law does not mean when you calculate these costs into the regular financial reports. The small percentage that they control refers to the benefit, the FMPPs that are not significant. The agency controlled only 1% of all these costs, according to our data. So obviously there is a need to amend the law, but also to bring the institution to the level where we don't have accomplices to political parties that violate the law, that they will have analysis and also sanctions for the political parties who violate the legislation. How do you comment the existing laws and regulations? Where is there the room for improvement? Is the problem with the laws or their implementation? It is true that this law should be amended, but let's not attach too much attention to that. What is much more important is implementation. We still have prohibitions and limitations in the law on financing of political parties and election campaigns. It is, for example, prohibited to have finances from foreign states or campaigns conducted from foreign states, or to get money from criminal activities. It is prohibited that those who have contracts with the law, with the state, contracts on public procurement or some public works, that those who haven't paid salaries for 3 months cannot fund political activities. That is not observed. We think that we can resolve the problem with the change of the law, amendments to the law. Let's, of course, amend the law, change the law, but let's do everything to implement the existing laws. Last year, we introduced the Institute of Financing of Women Organizations in order to encourage more women to participate in the political life. What have we got? The first year, no party provided a special report for funding women organizations. They said that the Ministry of Finance did not provide a template, but that's not a justification. We recommended the Ministry of Finance to do the template this year. Now we controlled the spending of funds of women organizations,
No party observes the law in that respect. Marco put it right. I understand it. Compared to other budget users, the funds for political parties from public sources are minor. And that's true. Pension fund, employment agency, these big systems. But we, as a small state, have the biggest allocations for political entities in the region. 0.5% for regular work, then funding political party clubs in the parliament, funding salaries in party clubs, then councillors clubs, where we provide their offices for them, then 0.25% for election campaigns, 0.7%, 0.05% for women organizations, that's the state level, 0.07% for the president of the state. These are huge funds. Only us and Croatians, and up to an extent Serbia, do the audits of consolidated financial reports of political entities. It is usually done by other bodies. In the UK, Bosnia and Herzegovina, it is done by the State Election Commission. They control the spending of funds because they have the information directly. I don't want to find excuse for anyone, but politicians, as a rule, have as their first goal the fight for votes. Even in democratic countries where we have the most responsible people, the Chancellor, Helmut Kohl from Germany, was accused of abusing funds for their party purposes, or Sarkozy in France was sentenced for abusing the funds from donations. But they're democratic countries and they have the power to deal with these phenomena and these individuals. I'm afraid we don't have such strength to deal with that. Thank you for this, but I think that our legal framework is not always the best one, but it's much better that existed earlier, that there was no limitation in spending or donations. We have recognized at that time, when we adopted a new law, what were the problems, and we incorporated these problems in the law, or the provisions to fight these problems. The parties that deal with these dirty affairs show that in every election process, we think what is the new thing that they have come up with to violate the law. And after we discovered that one of the best donors of DPS are Roma people from Konik settlement, Podgorica. And then we amended the law in order to overcome that. So I don't reject the amendments to the law as something that is not crucial in order to improve the practice, although I fully agree for these laws and for all other laws that the implementation is crucial. And unfortunately, the institutions in charge of the implementation are not held accountable for not implementing it. Everybody may be tempted to do something contrary to the law, but people still don't do it because it's unlawful. I'll say something briefly on the same topic. I agree with everything that Marco said. I just want to remind you that not everybody is aware that this law, when it was adopted in this form in 2014, it was adopted with the full understanding that part of the system was not functioning well. The role was allocated to the state audit institution, hoping that the agency that was planned at the time, anti-corruption agency, that started to function in 2016, at one point would develop its capacities and that it would be able to control
the funding of political parties, and that the state audit institution wouldn't have to do it. Unfortunately, in 2022, it has still not happened. I must say, not for Mark and myself, but for the wider public, if the annual report of funding of political parties that is prepared by state audit institution, if he abolished that, we would actually deprive all the journalists of complete information. So that was the case for other things. When the law was drafted, we knew that the system of public procurement could not be corrected or improved, at least not quickly. In a normal state, the tender is won by those who provide the best bid. It is completely irrelevant whether in their private time they donate some money to a political party, but unfortunately it's not the case in Montenegro. We know in Montenegro that these are privileged persons, and that this law served as a patch for something that could not be resolved at one point. Also some other issues. This anti-corruption agency, they should deal with the prevention of corruption. They're not focused only on financing of political parties. For months, people have spoken about mass employment, the biggest companies in Montenegro. We have all similar experience. We cannot get information from a lot of these companies. The anti-corruption agency, what have they done? Are they the only one that they don't know about the Formula One employee for voters? Obviously, they're the only ones that haven't heard about this. The problem is systemic. The law introduced a lot of prohibitions that cannot be implemented because there are also some holes in some other areas waiting for something to resolve. Things would be giving up. So we need to preempt before they think of the new ways of abuses. Thanks.
To clarify, I just wanted to provoke discussion. Of course, I'm not in favor of having the state audit institution totally ruled out, but that they do stay on board in the same manner like they do with other budget users. Because the legal spending by political parties at the central level, I'm sure it will be 8 million. We have the budget of 3 billion euros. Ministry of Science, the smallest ministry in the government, has the budget of 8 million euros, and it will hopefully sometime be audited, but you know, even may not be in the 4-year time. And EPCG, 350 million euro budget, and lots of options to abuse funds, to give someone grants, to write off someone's debt, etc., etc. So. And for the public enterprise coal mine in Plevna, they also, that I mentioned before, have never been audited. So, and just imagine a state audit institution would do the audit of Action for Tibet, a tiny party, and when they do the audit, then the state audit institution would waste time to do that. We still don't know the number of state the number of people working in the state enterprises. We don't know how big is our state administration, how big are local administrations, and so imagine that. So they don't care about this law, and it won't stop corruption in this sense at all. What I wanted to say, political parties should be audited by state audit institution, but not as they were until now. They, in my opinion, get reports of all sorts, and then we, judging by their reports, could say that DPS is a neat party with neat accounts, and they have a seal of approval. They're doing fine, and that they were not involved in corruption. Whereas we know what happened, we know what was done with misuse of state, the level of state, and how they have abused the recruitment process, the use of official cars, and all kinds of sorts of things that the audit report could show the true. What I'm for is to have transparency all around the year. That the ministry cannot allow itself to not reply to my request to take a look into their contracts, and this can't happen. This is inadmissible, and instead just stop freezing such activities in run up to elections. Yeah, I think that the presentation is, the situation is more dismal now than it used to be. I think that this sort of scandalous exchange of the awarding of contracts, abuse with sponsorship, and the pace of abuse has been increased because the previous incumbency did it by a standard rhythm, and the new ones are very intense on that, as they don't know how long they will be around. They want to make most of the time available. So it's not encouraging, speaking for myself. So given that everything ends like that, prosecutor doesn't react, anti-corruption agency doesn't, and then all these criticisms are just futile. Have you seen the reports? The abuse taking place there. I won't call them abuse, and so you check all the information, financial audits say how everything was conducted, whether the books were kept okay. The worst thing that could happen is cash payments, and you know that's the crucial part of that. But bigger actual costs than reported ones. You can't do it, Marina, and you don't have any legal or other competencies or authority to that. Yes, what should be is that agency should look into all contracts on all employments and recruitments that could be abused in run-up to parliamentary presidential elections. Next Thursday, our Senate is going to adopt a plan for the next year in our acts. We will Yes, it will be confidential information so as not to be leaked to those entities that will be audited so that we could, in a way, take them by surprise and not to tip it off to them. The audited some part of energy sector will be under the audit. I won't say which part, but a part of it will be audited. Let me tell you, last or this year, we found a Ministry of Justice that should set example to those who are observing the law, and you remember that that we got to the Supreme Court the negative report, the prosecutor service negative report, Ministry of Justice yes also got negative report. We indicated that they used contracts, termed contracts inordinately, and these could be abused a lot. And we even gave a report to the prosecutor, and they replied that they could not prosecute this case because there are no elements of criminal offense in that, so it can't be qualified as such. They funded a program in an unlawful way. However, the prosecutor dismissed it and said that there is that he cannot qualify it as a criminal offense. Then there is that if we want to support independent institutions, we should tell them what they are doing badly and not to then make it problematic with the fact that I came from one party or the other. Yeah, you know, there is a guy who was an MP, an active politician, and then became an auditor. I signed reports myself, hundreds of them, and if they want to pass blame on me, it shouldn't be that I was a member of the party, but they should indicate which reports that I did and signed were biased or wrong. So there was an entity that we got and presented lots of negative opinions about, and the head of the former minister of that ministry that negative audit too, instead of refuting our criticisms and analyses and indicate to where we did wrong. He didn't speak of that, even though he had some arguments, could have some arguments if possible. But he said that I was from BPS and that he was wrong for not having replaced us when he was in power. And now we have Sigma helping us with developing the new strategic plan. And it said that the state audit institution has its reputation here for being objective and unbiased towards everyone and for its transparency. Would you be happier to have a bigger scope of competence? No. Yes, we have the law on state audit institution that is prescribing our competencies, but we also have to be guided by international accounting standards because other professional accounting international associations would exclude us, write us off. I'm sure, Mr. Kovacic, that you are not dismissed for your party membership, but they do dismiss Mr. Jelic, who we know, for what for his misdeeds, even though Marco said that nobody cares about the recommendations. I'm sure that lots of parties that are auditors do not trust your reports because some of the auditors was involved directly into the affair of purchase of votes for the famous rule of one employment for 4 votes. So as for the report of state audit institution, it's the fact that what is important is to have as good access to information as possible, that parties and state audit institutions should follow the norms and rules of the free access to information. We have indicated to some very concrete cases, and this is what led to changes. We indicated to some of the cases which bore the element of highest abuse of powers. I know that, contracts for services are just a small part, and I know that even if they are rectified for the parties on the recruitment, they will find a leeway to do that anyway. So that the reports the reports are not only those of state audit institution or tax authority report, and so, but definitely we would find a recording, and it's next to impossible from our side to get some information to. And we have the good practice of the 20th of August that they would send us the Treasury report where we could get an idea of spending. We had that case, very transparent, Ministry of Finance, and then new minister, the latest minister, cut it off. So that they deny us the access to information now, and they all play together in order to thwart and frustrate all our attempts to track down the dirty money and the proceeds of crime and funding. Where, as Đurović said, they reported only what they declared, only what they had to declare. And we need to look at the free access to information law. If you actually cut those activities short, one could hardly risk to repeat it again. So we need to narrow down the scope of abuse. What needs to be our common task of all of us. So we need to enable that everyone has access to all information, and that is how we could facilitate the process of getting information and getting information right. And for the end, a question for all of you panelists. Next year we have presidential elections, most probably the extraordinary parliamentary elections. So it'll happen very soon. What will happen about that. What is it that we get if we get into the electoral race with these loopholes? I support the fact that the law needs to be amended. I fear that all the amendments would just remodeling things, meaning that the model of who we support and what projects get support, like women in the parliament or so, and then I see that it remains overlooked that political parties can get private funding, and that the entire amount should be up to 10% of the budget. The current budget, 160 was that, and then 1.6 million comes to that part. It could be the funding, private funding total for a party. They also allow the charities and contributions in kind or else, which are most problematic charities and the other stuff. So we don't make a good evaluation of non-pecuniary contributions, even though the law prescribes otherwise. However, going back to the report on judiciary in 2019, the report was negative, and they have made payments by the rules of article that was declared unconstitutional by Constitutional Court. And after that, we went to prosecutorial service, and they also applied the same norm that was declared by the Constitutional Court to be unconstitutional. And I will finish with this. Yes, we should amend the laws, come up with the best solutions, but the best laws won't be helpful if we don't apply them as we should. As for presidential elections, the presidential elections and are coming and are imminent, and presidential elections are to be called at latest on 20th January and to be held until 16th of April. The parliament will finish its regular work, and we can't have new legislation in place in the election year, and so that election reform that was allegedly top priority has never got it that importance. And we had two prime ministers after 2020 victory, and it was so upstaged. We don't know what's the prospect for parliamentary elections. However, I have to say that this situation, it would be good to get into the election cycle with an agreement that would address some major issues in the electoral legislation and electoral rules, and we can't do it in haste. We have to summon knowledge, all knowledge we could master. Big omissions could be corrected, but what it takes is a long-running work that's dedicated to this important part. As for political presidential elections, I want to say we have the already registered parties coming up with candidates, and as for those parties, they could be controlled. And according to the role of an application of the law, as said by my previous speakers, they will have the law prescribes the full control even beyond the election process. And as for presidential elections, we would have some new people running, and we would have people running campaigns with dodgy money. This is what happened in 2018. These people became mainstream, and I don't see the minimum that could be handled, and the candidacies are to be confirmed 20 days ahead of the elections. And we agreed that it is not worthwhile to do anything in last couple of months ahead of elections.
Mr. Gavrilović, if you are with us, what's your comment for the end? Were you listening to us? Yes, I've been listening all the time. Basically, when speaking about my topic, it's necessary to see whether the Montenegro law on electronic media or the institution on the electronic media can make some kind of a request referring to the Convention on Cross-Border TV and establish monitoring with the competent electronic body in Serbia that has been on strike as of yesterday because the opposition parties and the civil society and media exert pressure on them, and they don't have adequate autonomy. Civil society organizations should also help, because unfortunately our institutions do not have adequate integrity to act in accordance with their competences. What I want to open up again, and which is much more related to the integrity of the election process directly, not just the media part. Because if you don't watch the media, monitor the media and the money in the election process, I don't think you can do much regarding integrity. One topic. Political parties are a pillar of corruption. Mr. Kovačević earlier spoke about personal integrity. Yes, in Britain, there is professional integrity. If somebody becomes an MP, he has his professional integrity. When they become president of the state-owned institution, they also have their professional integrity. And this professional integrity is something that preserves the institution and the MP as a public official or a president of a state-owned institution, to do in accordance with the rules of the profession. Rules of the profession are the rules of profession. Politics is something different. I think it's very important that in addition to financial audit, we start discussion on the integrity of political parties. In some countries, such as the Netherlands, political parties have their integrity plans. We have tried to do that in Serbia, but that has stopped. The fact is that political parties, if they want to get public money, they need to have a system of integrity, internal integrity plan that has different dimensions on how people become members, how the parties funded, how they're promoted, do they have whistleblowers. We don't have to reinvent the wheel here. Just as this convention which was not visible, but is becoming visible now. That's the key. If the parties do not represent the interests of the social groups, and that based on the
votes they get, they enter the parliament, and that they continue to be companies for employment or protection against impunity or starting their own businesses, we will have latent functionality of the parties. I agree that sometimes it's better to implement the bad law rather than search for the laws that can not be implemented. But if you don't resolve the functionality of the parties, what is their purpose? What's their goal? We have done surveys here. Something similar was done in Montenegro, I think. Unless the parties are brought to their functionality, no laws will resolve anything. You will always have the water that goes through the sand. And every solution will be somehow neglected. That's all from me. I wanted to propose a set of laws maybe after these opinions that the laws cannot always resolve abuses, but we have to start from something. We have to patch up things, and when the new holes appear, we'll have to patch them up as well. As for the elections for the next year, nothing can be done. Everything has been done. People have been employed. They sit in public companies or are not even there, but they get their salaries. Sponsorships have been provided, donations have been provided. But for the next elections, I don't think we can wait for the elections without the amended law on the budget and fiscal responsibility, which will prohibit the abuse of current budget reserves. For these purposes, we need to have the law on companies with the majority state ownership. They now work as the private sector. We mustn't wait for the elections without amendments to the labor law, which would in detail define the process of employment and labor relations. 10,000 people who work in public companies, for 20,000 people who work in public administration are employed based on this labor law. And you can easily employ anyone the way you want under non-transparent conditions. So I would prepare the field to resolve the issues of labor, budget spending, the work of state companies be somehow settled, and then see how the parties will find new ways. And then we can do the new legal framework. I can't hear that, sorry. The experience of these 2 years has shown that all scenarios are possible. All combinations, political, legal, are possible. Political parties can easily neglect laws if it's in their interest. But if it's in their interest, they can also change some things. A law that would additionally arrange this area and limit anyone who is in power implies that the process starts as soon as possible, no matter whether the job will be done before the next elections or not. But despite any law, what has to be settled is the anti-corruption agency and their work. Without the changes of the work of that institutions and the people who work in the institution dealing with their integrity, we can come to the situation where we have the best possible legal solution, and the agency that does not observe that law. Thanks for being with us. will continue speaking about it.